sound test, sound test. All right, I think we're doing all right. Make sure I hear my voice. Boom, boom. Gonna give this a few moments, let a few people call in. Hello, TikTok. We got TikTok on the charger. Got TikTok on the charger. Got YouTube up here. Thank you for being with this morning. Send out a bunch of good blessings in a multitude of languages. There's the Blue Lotus mantra that I wind up going over, and I read it in Chinese, in its native Chinese or Chinese dialect, and it's Japanese, you know, and um, there's an Indian script to it as well. There's three different languages that I wind up speaking of it, and there's a protection, there's a blessing, a Celtic, I believe it's an Irish blessing actually in its native tongue against evil eye. And if you don't know, the evil eye can even come from a friend. In other parts of the world, they have a custom of saying in their greetings to each other, and essentially, may my eye not harm you. And because something that one sees, it may not register on a conscious level that they become jealous or envious of, and that kind of energy can cause bad things to happen upon a person's life. So they're very aware of that. So we do a blessing over that as well. Many other blessings. We address all of the elements in the planets, the sun, the star, the moon, the constellations. We open up all the gates, all the celestial gates, so the soul can travel. Your soul can travel, go wherever it needs to. I mean, if doors are closed, you can't do what you need to. But if the doors are open, hey, guess what? You can get where you need to get going. So, much love, many blessings, and thank you for being here with us. Thank you for being friend, fan, and if you are on YouTube, and I believe there's a way to do it on TikTok, but I know on YouTube, touch a screen. If the comments are bothering you, you can click one little button and the comment section goes away. You don't see it, you just see the visuals in here. So thank you, appreciate you, and for all that you do and all that you are. You are a wonderful individual. Even if you aren't that yet in your own eyes, there's a way to make that shine. you want to enjoy to the greatest benefit, it is to go into your own meditation state. And if you don't know how to meditate, all you got to do is close your eyes, and the words of power, what I've been speaking over the years, is very powerful for your soul to be able to create miracles for your body. And that's what winds up happening. Your soul knows how to do what it does. You don't have to learn how to create a dream. Create a dream? What are you talking about? I go to sleep and I dream and I have a memory and I call it a dream. I have a dream. I don't know how I dream. I don't even know what a dream really is. Huh. Sounds like you know how to do stuff that you don't even know you know how to do. This is the truth. And I've learned just by closing the eyes, one does give authority over to their soul, to their spirit to be able to do what it's going to do with a clear mind. No thoughts coming in, no emotions really getting in the way. That soul, now emotions can come in and fuel the soul to travel even further. So that's always an aspect as well. Thank you for being with us here. Circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contained in thy sphere, to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and wand and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide, rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their bows and cause, having their wrongs. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness, arise in with the powers of Gwenvile. Fight the blight that be dark at night in our right. Zikia Compasiana Compasi, Tingakia Compasi, Ningananangapa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, go on, answer my most urgent plea, most graciously, through matrimony, most harmoniously, through our loving family. Renosi secure way was on puto, right ahead, Kirusha, Hansu Serukai, got a kuti chin, was ma, half rasuki was set to tall, I paper two, who keep shakins, not start up. On Basharamataya Suwakum Bashumanatayas, Varnuna Dina Nunadum Vamochum Shong and Ishnayan, Reyes Wakum Ishanaya, Yantrayas, Waha, we on Bramimbrum, on Jitrashi Barhano Suwakum, Jitrashi, Yatrashi Varanas, Vaha, Rudadi, Rudadi, Kringon Chong Pranking Gong, Hong Chong Shing Strong, on Hayashubara Mantia Suwa, Hayaba Shomanatayas, Vaha, Aha, Hazla, Rimon Homing Gong, on Namakusano Madaram, Namahas Matapel Sharam Ham, who I hear all the Galilula, Kringon Gong. Unayang maya swagom yaya mayazwa ha he wawi we shring on gung on here shikra parai swagom jorhi chandogi baris ha nunenena kring on pong on shirichi barai swagom shishai baratais ha olo Nanda Pashanu, Suakumana Cardi, Buba Bibo Bear, Bor Bear, Bobo Bear, Ongamen. No CCQ was a Putura, I had Hirusha, Hinsuruka, Gorikurishin, was my Haltrasuki, the Serpatos, I paid to Deep Shakins and Asaraman, Parashukushu Baru, Kelmakapal, Mumu, Alabo, Pogo Gana, Rabo Bolo, Palana, Barrico, Sharabak, Stanbala, Saraba, Frico, and Belu, Moshanabu, Apparently you win a company Belulu, Google, Halhegor,
badi shukila ko bolo ge mama shako suluma babo maru ka si ku gi ma kampran dalam ruba ka lamu si ukene gi bilanu sa mashina na soronim bar maratu si mashina na runa ramaki dumudu ko rate ki gilu gulu si dor kin man kai ko si korne ne ge korne beru der kari na tela ko baru tu ku ka ku mas kor sana sakari mashri sharu mala baka kada glu godor marata korbo paru tu ko ra kurius sorolu bar maskin tutu dari gugim lu gadar makia pano tuku nara lugar manakia pano apishu sarolimu na bana tatu sare mashikarano sulomona nara bo gibel bala natara maru daga tuku mashmashti sore mashanopur sugore masharo sosiera padiko babara zu kanpa lugala ka bora ke boya kingu barari moaru kakudamu ni nuam gashti. We are also Ronofres, whom is found perfect before the Natanumidabakamayar. We had said these are the elements of our body perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will. And the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also Ronovus, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal you. We are the Lord of life, we are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal you. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious Osoro over his enemies on the night that of battle and of making the fettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making to stand the Jed and Jed to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as to Hooty. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Abarni too. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all set our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power in deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinematon Ket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. Also, Ronopus will confirm. Lady Olset and Nebisor Api, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight. Arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness to with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikimli news Hilili Staksare Petu Martikuli Turkini Ishli Bi Alu Arnesher Germesh Sarilu Siamila Artur Mugirshar Isayar Yakariega Biasha Biasha Jireka Dubiera Laka Isaya Oriega Limutukuru Kima Kutril Tili Shami Ina Zumbria Isayina Zumbria Riarca ina Zumbria Biarsha ina Zumbria Bisilica ina Zumbria Dupiera ina Zumbria Tlaca ina Zumbria Tatarra Zumbria Texi ina Zumbria Caruba ina Zumbria Tala Sanika Nish Mashkapulu Tamatunu Nish and Kibeli Lutamtunu Nish Manduk Mashmasha Lani Lutamatunu Nish Kishparkamikunu Lutamatunu ina Zumbria Tabra ya Dunani Barnani Perik Bagabaiz, Bagarbaiz, Agarbaiz, Perik, Benini, Badunan, ya, Corbori, ya, Din, by Gore, Rim, by Gure, ki, Yak, Sakaki, Sag, Duty, Gias, Orwaki, Ketulu, ya. Om Shrim, Hrim, Vajravarkani, Hrim, Vajvaha. Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Aim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patvaha. Om Shrim Hrim 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 Aim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patvaha. Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Aim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patvaha. Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Aim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patvaha. Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Aim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patvaha. Om Im Shrim Krim Krim Im Vajravarkani Krim Krim Praspaha Anushubam Giga Psuki Shrigiga Godashes Yaramara Yedin Guru Kalamas Niku Dingerni Naburu Naksoni Kugari Ashishunu Kutu Ziana Kampazi Kia Kampagalu Baran Namtar Barala Shokparagi Kimbarolo Lord Barat Bara Maskim Baralo Tu Paradi Papala Tu Barala Subara Koru Bara Uruku Bara Kolor Barali Tu Bara Utuk Zuladin Nazu Lala Zuladin Nazu Gigin Zuladin Nazu Mula Zuladin Nazu Tinggi Zuladin Nazu Maskim Zuladin Nazu Barayadin Nazu Si Yana Kampazi Kia Kapa Musik Si Akbari Nagi Sashur Kishun or Masha Seka Bari Ziga Shur Banai Sare Sharma Zigar Namza Yin Doris Harkur Kuar Barn the Guru Dianum dea Sarasavito Sanda Mandia Varti Nariana Saji Sana Sani Viste Kirpan Makulu Kuru Vankadi de Hari Haran Maya Papu Tusranga Karan Namskaran Mantra Om Ramatra Yarnama Home Frame Ravari and Home Home Soya Yarnama Home Frame Barnab and Home Ram Kagari and Home Propusnet Om Ram Haranga Bar Hayanam Home Frame Mari Karianam Home From Mari Yarnama Home Frame Savitra and Home from Arkarikan Home Rabaskara and Home from Frame Home from Rosary for sorry Yana Maha Palosi Ayasas Namaskari Nikorvata Din and Dini Oppression Balam Viram Tisha Station Kaja Yarate on Grand King Hong King Mong Caruso Hong King Bong Shamashaka Shabia Kashapi Pisha Musha Pistia Kimatin or Kutushura Emi Shuri Shuru Truku Epita Shuru Kima Mena Duina Dikili to Shunuli Mutuma Nakulu Blue Shunulini Shumanakulu Radini, Shunuliti Shumanakulu Tari, Terama Shaluti Sharti Sharushi Arkushu Shurbi Arki Shurpu using your Koko Shabakambang, the big Gibilka Sum money and Duru to Station Ranioria Mariarki Gishwari Yazi Yazi Dingarkara Kampa and Kimoto Korsemitoki Shabu Banana and Shimtorina, Hai Gishwarba Gibil Pakarazi Bar Lurnu. Shariulim Kunushi, Shariula, Kunushi, Shariulini, Kunushi, Shariuli, Kunushi, Shariuli, that Kunushi, Shariulini, Kunushi, Shariu, Ulini, Kunushi, Shariuli, Katin Kunushi, Shariudin, and Lin Kunulim, Putina, Zumlia, Utapara Sama, Agamasaratu is Masarati, Sharmushi, Shuruchi, Shalimuti, Animalana, Rabuti, Shimayada, Barapi, Dina Lati, Linda, also Kunushi, Olani, Mushiti, Amasarati, is Masarati, Bites Masaratu, it's Masaratu, Agamasaratu, Yamasaratu, Kera Vordoni, Shamashkori, Yamasaratu, Zikia, Kampab, Bakalo, Moneti, Yashataba, Amasaratu, Vishnu Klimistar, Vetram Home, some Kuberari, Argamanta, Dumutat Kubera, Nebakoro, Reprom, Plivida, to Bumida, Viameton, Dumutam, Noxakeru, Mediakin, and Etapis, Tarina, in a cave, Tasukore, Tapsan, Mercy, Tuxutalata, Sanohami, Sanari, Arnama, Omiamendra, Artama, Corpson of Indram, Sako, and I am a corpson of Noxak is out to Nam, Kentucky's Wexaka, Tekaran, and Kapare, Tart, and Coriserte, Soruna Pek, Marcola, Kutu, Tata, Neom Namanar, Yartama, Omam Yamari, Yaramaha, Yarama, Omam Saratu, Tarayamara, Pino Kapi, Seki Sarunam, Sekta Bartek, who win a care, the Ekor Tata, Nekta, Mormatu Yanu Yan Yarniarti, Raksasam Raksasari, Yarnamaha, Vambarunari, Yarnamaha himself, Varuna, Datus Romalari, Amadanim Sedunim, Seki Sarunam, Sexaruna, Bagman, Sepsanu, Nikopete, Ramautu, and Ratas of Sidingarana, Sidingarkia, Composite Bayum, Bayum, Biam, Bayor, Verdamam, City, Morcola, Mormatu, Sidingarana, Sidingarkia, Kabautu, Sutorata, Kuturu, Tata, Kazak, Titakara, Nuayan, Delian, Giza, Bayo, Umrimbar, Namhar, Bramuna, Momaharo, Mansaratu, over Tesra, Metan Cabrano, Cabra, Cabrun, Abem Kebrasha, Cabra, Maluluaza, Titakara, Neshlatin, Buma, Jota, Saramas, Patio, Milkit, Second, Nebanaru, Tefmens with Pernetor, Cream, Brom, Soria, Yartama, Home, Cream, Stream, Chudra, Yartama, Om Cream, Stream, Mangala, Yartama, Home, Stream, Bamburi, Yartama, Cream, Blom, the Spot, Yartama, Cream, Stream, Shukra, Yartama, Cream, Stream, some Chala, Yartama, Cream, Robert, Nama, Cream, Ketuvernama, Javagushum, Samka, Shea, Paya, Hamaha, Daddy, Tim Tamorim, Sapa, Papa, Namprano, Tismi, Divakaram, Daddy, Shanka, Tushor, Borum, Kishor, Rana, Pasambam, Namami, Shernam, Somam, Shamur, Murkur, Tapusharnam, Tarani, Garbasam, Putam, Vedu, Kar, Arti sama Prabam Kumaram Shakti Astam Tamagalam Pranamamiam Priyangu Karika Sharamam Roperna Pratimam Burham Somyam Somyam Kuno Betam Tam Burham Pranamamiam Devanam Chari Shernam Chagoronum Kanchana Sani Bamburi Butam Thil Kwisham Tam Namami Briaspati Mimakunta Marina Labam Deyarnam Paramam Kurum Sarva Satra Pravaktaram Parikavam Pranamamiam Nelanjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamagrajam Chachari Yamatar Nasabutam Tam Namami Shaneswara Mata Kari Mahavariam Chanjara Meditya Vimortanam Samika Gorba Samputam Tam Rahum Pranamamiam Palasa Pushpa Sankarsam Taraka Grahama Sakam Rorom Romakom Gorom Tam Ketum Pranamamiam Pramam Morari Tripuran Kari Balu Sashi Burmi Suta Bura Shakuru Shashukura Shani Reu Ketu Sarva Grahamama Superampatam Kurume Shanti 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 on board Wars or on Tata Vitor Pariam Barco Vasia Dirmahin Yonu Praturaya Don Tata Swaha Hariam Tata Swaha Nanasi Anambra City Asini Ananabasam Kana Saya Kampa Magabati Anana Kampa Masrita Nanazia Kampa Yamagia Kamagia Zagastena Kiash Takuis Naboguru Nabokorios Morkorios Yas Kortu Yangarku Yasina Bos Mosarsi Furnias Kanpasul Sakashin Tulas Kampa Nabosatan Kampa Yagashia Sasha Kukulamani Yashia Makali Bari Yagushia Yanana Yarnani Yashtapama Chakarani Yara Milo Yashi Starikanpa Inanas Yarma Kampa Bisarma Kampa Yaya Bayusha Uru Shmashuturu Yalu Yaya Sorolu She's Katamari Yaya Tarichi Yarichi Yasardechi Bartala Katabari Yakanpa Siningaru Yakanba Siningarushtu Yakabasi Shajera Rakuzi Perdukan Paya Kampa Yana Korma Sambaruna Korma Sambaruna Korma Samparu Yankari Yazi and Karikampa Yankari Yankari Yazi and Yazi Yerni Kanpaya Kantala Makiata Kampa Marukumu Siali Adagi Amaba Bornesh Yamarutuku Yatukuru Sukrim Suburim Zarim Sagarim Zazanankana Bayalo Kuku Nib Kamano Yardu Yandara Yazi Batu Balgu Barku Barkampa Kasi Zag Baba Sagopra Lord Noise selling and Ushiki Amsu Shirgi Kodashi Sharamara Yarin Guru Kalamasini Kuning and Guru Nexrane Yashuk Kutu Ushovajini precious thoughts to Mamshashwa Grafromokoli Purani Devi Ubarti Prandi Ranu Pratam Churasi Vishparte Usho Devia Mortharik Vipari Chandratarar Sundratar Irani Atr Vabantus Yarma Sorash Vaharani Yarvar Nar Partar Jajas Sur Ushar Prati Archibu Arni Vishwar Varna Tishatsias Mararsia Ketusamarna Mortar Charani Yarma Hacha Karamirva Narviarsiar Varvarasva Avasior Mevechin Vartima Unushar Yarti Svasaras Yarpartnis Bahar Chararni Surbarika Surlam Sarandar de Varparata Ha Priti Yahar Chahar Bordardi Mushar Sam Vivarti him pravordarar vam namarsaha sorvortim or vam murvordar vivi barjo ashrash rampa rocharna rucheran vasam rukradar varti divo kertra bordiar tarti rodarsi chitra marta ya yarti magna ushar sam vivar Tim varma meshi varvi nambirks marna rotarsia borarna ushars varni shanian vershar marhi vertasia parunasia maria chandreva barnum virarde porala fra om devikari yarnyai namakari yani maria ma yogini and deshwarni nam upsurtam devi parti me guru ternam om devendrani namastur yam devendra priya pamini vivara hambaria ror yam shrikurar pradvam chardehi me ring kaki yarnyai swaha ring kaki yarnyai swaha om shankara satkar janmar jirpa yarvanzanai purushar chatusre Rabeja parti me deri guru swaha om kaki yarnyai mahamarie mahoyogi yarnyari swari nagosor Devi Parti me Guru Kernamai Gardi Shankaran Karni Yatarvam Shankara Priya Tatarman Guru Karikari Kanata Sudoro Bamum Devendrani Namastur Yam Devendra Pri Barmini Divara Ham Bayamar Gorgiam Shrikaram Chardehi Om Ring Hong Hong Nam Hom He Gori Shankara Karni Yatarvam Shankar Priyarta Tatbam Kuru Karigani Kartam Sudurlabam Oser Kermeton Ketsapi Paramastro Dishit Hatur Karte Stratediana Demetr Kaliki Chimbartni no Wooden Vail from Mother into where we return as a drop of rain flowing into the ocean. As a phoenix rising from the ashes upon the changing winds, we are the cosmic key. On board was has a vitar banya berkutu balasya dir mahidi no pratura ipsos ipsos cornashun toro ta torora taruro torora rotato abrahada bro gong gong gang 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 gong kong keng kong bang gong kong shen gong 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 tang bang malabaku kedaglu gedar marata karbawa aduka kudamo sari masikara kingu barademu sari masikara waruka kudamo gedar marata karbawa malabaku kedaglu aduka kudamu sari masikara kingu barademu aduka kudamu gedar marata karbawa malabaku kedaglu Om Trambakam and Shaman Sugum Dim Pusti or Haramon Faruka mi Barbaras Mubior Muksheri at the Namaha Rim Chum Krum Mahubuchi Arike Chum Krum Shrim Chum Erika Krum Chum Mabarea Agri Purana no Goroazi and Lahum Shukrayar no Hum Shrim on Pastramete Shukrayas Cream Kali Swaha Sarva Vista Medehi Memahali Kernaha Sanking Jo Langtian Zun Sanching Jo Langtian Zun Suho Hosh We She Shorte Combordebo Suku Combordebo on board Borbaswa Tasa Vitar Barnia Barkutavasia di Mahidion no Prachoda. Pamadeva Artri Vastita Supra Kanva Parasara Visarma Mira Kapila Sorna Karyajna Varga Parat Vaja Jamar Darkni Gortarma Duregala Vayasar Masar Gasia Korsika Vasa Pulasia Morndruk Dorvasa Narada Kasiarpa Kaya Prayusni Kasnatu Barati Pramti Tristul Jagarti Sagvari Durti Viura Parastara Pramti Kurti Legurti Simskurti Asara Pamti Burbur Swaha Jorti Smarti Agni Prajapati Somaisana Sadavita Gidya Brasparti Mitra Varuna Barca Ariar Mahan Karnesa Vasta Pursi Indragi Vayu Varmadeva Mitra Varuni Visvardeva Metrika Vishnu Vasu Rudra Kubera Asvins Gayatri Mondragni Vayu Surya Casa Yama Varuna Brasparti Paranjarnya Indra Gonarda Posa Mitra Vasta Vasu Maru Sormangeras Visvardeva Asvins Prajapati Aksarta Tarva Rudra Brahma Vishnu Agnivayu Surya Sariditya Ankirta Spirtri Borga Haradin Gandhar Vapursa Mitra Varuna Pasta Vasuva Mardeva Mitra Varuni Jeria Vispardeva Vishnu Prajapati Sarvadeva Kubera Asvins Brahma Vamdervi Priyasartya Viswabhadra Vilasini Prabhavarti Jaya Santa Kanta Dorika Saraswati Vidruma Visalaya Savaya Pirni Mala Tamo Pahari Suruk Smali Swell Nigeria Bas Parmalia Para Sor Pabadra Triparta Privi Babas Agni Vayu Agasa Ganda Rasa Rupas Barsa Sabda Barsa Payu Bara Parni Vagorana Jeva Gaoxus Vag Sutra Pranamarna Sabarna Burdi Parna Sera Samana Hankara Karshati Ati Manu Kashartu Shartoriur Tarni Iyar Sharudia Yabara Bara Yakarba Ishnigarabi Yarnki Yaya Sankin Jo Lang Tinjun Sanjin Jo Lang Tinjun Si Wang Mu Jo Jern Ying Yorn Pu Quat Ding Chun Jo Tien Ying Yorn Lei Shun Pu Quat Tin Shun Wo Shen Jing Ru Bai Len Chua Sharon Jing Ru Bai Len Do Mo Jo Je Yan Jor Tien Jun Shor Je Yern Shodin Jun Yorn Shiri Yu Hong She Jor Tien Jun Xiar Xier Ho Hu He Hong Shu Hu Xia Kru Xie Ran Deo Shu Ho Fu Shi Shu He Ya Vi Shu Ke Ho She Shu Ho Shen Shu Ha Ho Fu Shi Shi Shu Ho Hu Fu Shi Rei Shu Ho Hu Shu He Shi Shu Shu Hu Hu Shen Me She Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Rama Arti Ramme Mano Ramme Sastur Nam Tatori Ram Varnam Nam Varnarne Umani Karya Namo Maganatari Averanmane Vagratundari Adir Mahita Nodandi Prajare Vakantunda Makaria Soria Korti Sama Prabha Nori Kartam Kurumandeva Sarva Korye Shusarvara Shri Guru Shraj Rajnish Mane Mukura Suro Varura Gumar Pimocha Sojo Aku Forchari Pirki Hintanu Jani Kusumiro Pavan Kumar Bor Purhi Piyato Mohi Rahu Puresu Vikarji Harimian Gen Gun Sugarji Karpis Tune Loku Jarga Ram Tutalik Padaman Jani Putu Pavan Surta Mahama Bebe Bajrangi Kumarini Vors American Sanity Kanjan Varam Purij Besikaran Kudoku Jikiso Vojro Forji Baraji Kortem Borjane Kusorjes Konsupan Kisrain and Dentish Paratam Mahajag Vardan Vijabarkuni and teacher to Ramkas Karibi Kuatora Prubul Soriter Subi Kurasia Ramlakan Sitaman Basia Sri Kurusha Rans Rajnish Manamu Kuresur Hopper Rora Guvarpi Moja Sojo Ragu Parachar Purhi Hin Janu Jani Kisumira Popal Kumar Marbur Hipi Yara Homo Herau Polesufikar J. Harimian Gun Gun Sigar J. Karpisti Hunloku Jagoram Dudari Badamanjani Putra Papan Surnamaha Maheve Rambajangi Kumarini Borsamerika Sangi Kajan Varaviri Subesi Kanakuno Kuchikis Hotboshra Borji Beroji Kordi Boshale Kusar Jason Korsu Van Nikisrin and Dandish Brota Mahajaru Vaptan Biyav Varigunia Titotro Ram Karsh Karibe Kuarto Prabhu Trit Surabe Kurasha Ramlakan Sitaman Basya Sukshma Ruptari Siarki Dikarva Vikar Ruptari Lanka Jarava Bimarubdari Aswa Sankare Ramachanda Kisan Sanvarte Laye Sarji Anwakanji Shri Raghuvir Horishi Orari Raghupari Kiri Barubara Tum Mampraye Pratisam Beza Aspandan tomorrow Yashkar Veuskari Shri Parikan Wagarde Sankari Pramari Mornesan Ratsarat Sarhiresa Yam Gubor de Gvorjan Te Kaviku Kargi Sake Karante Tumu Kosu Robihin Hinaram Laya Raja Paralinen tomorrow Mantra Vivarshan Mananakas Warbari Yesu Jarna Yug Sahasra Jojan Barbarule Yutarimar Parjan Prabhumu Trikumerimur Morti Shaladilan Kikapa Rashna Hedur Koham Kajakar Kejetesuram Anugra Hartam Hete de Ramdwade Tumrat Bar Deor Nagapi no Pasar de Serksokahi Tamhari Saran Tumrak Karhu Kurdorna Apante Samharo Apaten for Long con care tan kan pat Burpes achni karta hi na beno ai per na surname nas ro hari Sapira Japarnaran Tar Harnuman Berasankan Se Harnuman Jorbe Haman Karampachan Jan Julve Suporam Tapis Vera Jatin Kekar Sankot to Misaraja Warmanula Jukoril de Sorgir de Javan for Becharan Yupertap Tumora had Persiraja Aruja Rasarus on to Raguare Asornigan and Ramdu Hare Ashasi Navni Kera Taus for Janki Maharam Dasia Tumhara Pasara Sara Rahura Gubari Kera Satumhara Barjar Ram Upaveja Ram Jaram Ke Duk Basara Ve Om Koragu Viraj Porjai Jarham Jahar Hari Baraka Hari Orle Teacher Natar Hi Arman Ser Hi Sarvis Kar Hi Sakar Katemi Tes Tapier Josmer Hanuma Ber JJ Hanuman Gosin Kripkar Guru Rivia Ninjo Sorba Patore Koi Churte Hiban Himahe Surport Jor Yapar Ne Hardu Machori So Ge Siri Saki Goris to see a Sara Hori Cheer Kajetas Hortar Ke Main Dera Pawar Nai Sankat Paran Mongo Morti Rupuram Sit Sahid Darius Basa Huso or Maharaja Bajorsi Savasha Rabaja Umbam Kinash and Nim Jeremy Pariam Home Nimish Namaha Om Mim Hrim Shrim Mim Gloom Mim Nama Bhagavati Patali Bari Moor Tivaru Muki Adantini Nama Rungaruntini Nama Jambajamini Nama Urmohemokini Nama Stambestamini Nama Sarvadus Pradusalam Sarvesa Sarva Sira Sector Mokigati Jivas Rambanam Kuru Kurus Krambasya Mingulum Tai Ta Humastraya Pahaswa Ani mani mani mama ne shira shiri ti shami shabi ta sara mugu dabi shabi shabi sobi shabi shai shai shari sikeni shabi tarani erog ba shari nebi te pantar nebi te atan bar shudai kurim kuri yarari shuga shama sama bori bigi ji tari da romaro shari te sogi no kushara ba shaba shurai matara shana rota ka shara shataya baramana ya taya sara malkore umuki maya dara te ne de jine di chiari na de tonandi ya na nabi kunabi akira kari kendadi sendadi nimtogi Shukari Borushane Achi Devi Ni Devi Ruku Kata Tanate Tanakushare Tanashire Hachi Borasene Surubara Batani Suru Batani Soyabi Shani Suyini Karani Sugi Hagi Right and Asugarate Surbasu Shikara and Isabara Saruma Shor Serte Surbasharu Kyo Sharaya Togi Shiri Kirida Anya manya mama mana sirkari de sama samita de santa mukta mukta tama sama de sama jaya aksa sine santa samita darang yolo jebistrik besarti du amitari ni viski amitari parisuro yukule mukule yara de parade sukangsi sama bole berfidi dama prikiste sanggone kursan in kori baya visutane mantu mantrasiata roto ruski salari aksa vartaya vakula baluna mantai swaha Shwara Mahashwala Upigitu Kemoku Yara Vartana Natavati Tini Vitini Sitini Natani Natavati Swaha Tate Nata the Panata Nari Narikunadi Swaha Gari Kendadi Mataki Bukas and Sankul Brusal Sisi Swaha Nimi Ruhe Swaha Data Vatari Data Kusala Data Sarhara Sarada Pari for the Pasani Savatani Samaparixita Samani Katani Damati City Sarvasa Kusua Gatis may be pretty down about Vatani Swaha Honor manor more me shirley rishar mer or lower sharmer more lord sol what is show lord sanglo sol lo charrier here near shandy share lord near lord care horsol bolger p charney near pelti yardiando Lormi Lorti, Yardando, Bolwishol, the Yorjoli, Morjoli, Yellow, Libolo, Yusholja, Sia Sanmo, Sanlu, Fortor, Piger, Leisure, Da, Morbole, Serder Senker, Nikio Charmi, Polsher, Churdi, Mando, Charlie, Ardolo, Dolo, Yo, Jolo Sherles Joe Chalo Chair Doye he polu e moro na loye koli mo he holi urji erli alo poldi nerli nerli do poldi jerni Wajerni jerni nerli jerni nerli jerbori yerli nali nurali Erna lurna lu jurna lu ekermi Curly, Cantoli, Jantoli, Mordenkiachan, Curly, Fulur, Shar, Niardirtilu, Yirmingitilu, Ertilu, Yirtilu, Nilu, 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 Loji, 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 Doji, 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 Loji, Ertandirtan, por Jorcelli cantor jortoli jortoli jorto lo por di potol mo charmi sapo tolorni podolni sapo po charni podolni jole podorni senker polo changni senkerni Chiarroponi Senki senkiar poker riar dor senkiar dolor verlori bolor di sapor senkiar di san mordi kier landi sapora mojur bochar li charli saposar lolor torgior sher lo en nor kier di jan ne pirgir lir sa se comme ça, hu sa se comme ça, hu sa se comme ça, hu wong hong chang, gong hong chang, hong tong go shlo, gong him so, hong ring long, gong go sor boom, gong krim, hong shring, haring gong hero sor ra, bam dum, pam pam plong, pam ping blong, chong shing shong, hanging boom, chong shing shong, hung kring, bam dum shong shing shong, sor hung shing gong, shing haring hong hero sor, king song, bang du Danny Ram Pasadatum Famashu Naram Wakchope Humushu Naram Nasmava Tramida Naram Tata Shaharum Pukushu Naram Amogas Yukushi Nore Amahuru Kendali Matangis Vabuchan and Bushano Namo Bagabat names Nisayum Rudus Turu Swala Tisa Serukana Servatal Sarani Swaha Short Kanjis I Boso Malolix Vaha De Sishi Bosom Samchondas Vaha Tarabosu Namas Mataboharam Kuruno Babeta Swaha Senchu Senchin Kanji Sai Bosu Vajo Darmani Barto Kanji Sai Bosu Manda Baba Humfat Vaha Chuchimen Kanji Sai Bosu Mahakunon Kari Vaha Chontai Kanji Sai Bosu Mahakali Kolikoni Vaha Noading Kanji Sai Bosu Parmesor Mala Ishwalum Kongor Sato Vashra Sort Pahar Nya Bosu Rishi Shutai Fishai Vaha Fujum Bosu Sami Swam Mojo Bosu Manamake Maruku Bosu Soma Trace Vaha Jisor Bosu Maha Smalis Vaha Kukor Zor Boso Namal Kasigar Bari Malik Mali Mulis Va Nicol Bosum Gutiotis Va Kukor Bosum Kantrabari Va Furdol Mayo Namas Matapashanam Kanamarusanas for Tarigum Taram Kosanza Mayum Surbani Surbahum Shashrum Fat Kundari Mayoku Mantra Humfa Daitoku Mayum Skala Srikala Rupa Hum comes Va Konguri Yasha Bayum Pashori Yakso Maisen Bayum Maraka Vashur Sins Vashur Sapashum Famu Kurjaku Mayu Maru Francis Vahak Sorbogium Kumbai Svaha Kunkorsan Gungunam Pushrazam Sum Svaha Sinishi Dogium Transi Svaha Chikukutum Trasra Pramanda Svaha So Chotanum Propaxanaki Pate Svaha Chomokunum Propaxanaki Pate Svaha Tomotunum Visruvani Svaha Bensakinum Satisfied Svaha Tekokutumar Kalari Svaha Kichi Chotrumar Sriya Svaha Kari Taibo Dulumari Ariti Svaha Daikini Denomri Svaha Marichitino Marisi Svaha Teshukong Vitinom Nikiaum Svaha Om Brahma Hartnem Serari Brahmim Patrum Veramania Vermahe Haranya Garbaria Tano Brahma Prachodaya Om Chaturmukari Vermahe Mesru Daria Dermai Tano Brahma Prachodaya Omem hrim shrim hrim solsachikam brahmam brahma jajanam prataram purushadvihi mara purusho vinavaha guru brahma guru vishnu guru shiva guru devo maswara guru sakshat param brahma prashmeshri gurve namaha usek nebt het ket finti am kai bin ho rorati apim ken bolsa kesu tu nizur kurti hapa pati starotui unam snap onam besek nemat enemi usur tu ro armeti martu poru kermi usek kerune kenemeti anu tebsara kerune beru sekriu nebewe neptem supu Arima Babayu Turkine me kone hemne purchase or tepare pecharpu tramprem torsi bosi for rindin reading tordving in normal the magische perfect tordori tormenia the moskil dumskir be pure yat kurov fin for den wordin begarla free ver deg vertrgis viteringes cigars ver deg dag Perdek boter brandwild die koolvroot die verhoofd weekar kwiskar viersjarki verviers crossing skjord kvedlips korting skarfing serming gang skafing go for the running koring Los Yormi Bifri, die Biflin, die Svitos, wie der Vitri, Yorgi, Heavier Musu, Guntrapium, Fimutius, Liter, Heat, lebt der Giol, Muspir, Nepoheim, Gorgin, Ultimilo, Mus, Schlepp mir, und du mir, Bori, Besla, Ordin, Willi, Food, Sword, Mongom, Gewerke, mir, Usri, Visvi, Nutri, Corasa, Norfi, Night, Naga, Pori, Odo, Nuri, Uterling, Serdeskin, Fraxi, in die vierde Lune, so, or Bakas, Fins, Bier, hier, die Birke, Sermi, Werfen, Skull, Orti, Homi, Nisane, on, via Diorita, Borgal, Champion, Golf, Mosorcia, Dorina, Nidi, Nudrios, Space, via Tiropol, Indoor Line, Neping, Dane, Bepor, Bopor, Bombor, Nori, Morbi, near Vigor, Dolphin, Doftorin, Filikili, Foin, Ferntin, Valitor, Toin, Dekli, Vir, Narnrad, Radsvin, Tropner, Drod Body, Warhogs Body, Highlight, Glory, Dory, Worry, Durfan Body, Hefty, Fili, Hori, Stior, Orly, Rufus, Kirky, Vir, Piscorfi, IR, Fingri, Enki, Pure, Frosty, Fingi, Nor, Jak there is here weird for Dandy School, Pay the Bakery, near him, be Uri, Ballas, Scrape, Himly, Offing, Gundling, Wiggling, Crossflix, Fastfood, Basfig, Vidluni, Winspo, Basaras, Neroting, Free, Lorki. Avinaria Parna Yan Vishnu, the Maria Mana, Samaria, Visayarma, Gors, Naramburta, Dalbab, Vistararia, Taraya, Samsara, Sagatar, Diviar, Hurnirka, Markarande, Parimala, Pariborskarande, Suripati, Para, Verde, Baba, Bariar, Chiarte, Varde, Saryapi, Pera, Pagamen, Natatava, Hamna, Mama Kinas, Bam, Samudro itaranga guar karna samudro nataranga udara naraka nalaka bila nurjal dalu jarkula mitra mitra siar torste bavarti narba parti kim babati raskarla matsiarti bira vatrai ravatara varta sarda vasurdam parames vara pale palio bavarta pava papito waham damodara guna mandira sandar brandi Vinda, Govinda, Baba Jala Marti, Tarnar Mandara Paramam Dharma Panayatavam, Menarayana Karuna Maria Sararnam, Korvarti Tavorko, Corona Tisar Pari Maria Varanasa Roja Saravasartu Srimat Paraham Sampari, Rajakara Karsia. Sri Govinda Barga Vapurja Parasisya Surima Chakaraga Bavarta Kortosar Paristutram Sam Purnam Kubaro Fernando Srita Raja Rojo Dana Swara Dana Lashmi Priya Danmo Dana Dario Dani Priya Daxinio Dami Varata Dayarvato Darabrata Divalaksana Sampano Dina Rajana Rasarika Danya Lakshmi Samaraju Danya Lakshmi Vyarajita Dayarupo Dharmapuri Dharma Samna Sona Sarkani Niswaru Niranlambu Nirinam Paripalakani Yantanya Gunun Kuranis Karmuni Ruba Ravana Vanaga Samaraju Navarsanka Pravartaga Manski Toratisa Mahagurang Karavita Yashaniko Yashara Sarika Yashara Burjara Rasarika Raja Kandro Ramardiso Ranjariko Rajar Bujir Tapisi Trapasa Tradya Biarca barda barna sa vijayo bimalo vantu vandulu jana vasala berubang sapriya tarmo beragi viswarton muka sabra yaptu saranatar sara sarti saman vita samantarata sornya sorva parandan biaraka suprita sulaba sormo sorva karya yator harara sama karna priya saksar de barva Sri Virajita Svahana Samprito Kilanda Pravartaka Vyoyorkana Sampritam Tarsvardana Priyalam Kompona Mabasi Ahankara Vivarajitu Dodbian Gir Dharma Verbavo Navarana Kinoresu Visravana Kalkar Parvartaka Salakshmya Samriyuta Vyato Malave Graha Loka Rajo Loka Balu Loka Randu Sulasana Sulaba Surbarika Surtu Sankarana Priya Santa Sudano Kuno Peta Susvata Sunana Vika Sarva Commercial Surmanti Sarvakan Der Varkanar Karka Sankara Stadara Srimam Param Jorati Parapara Samadhi Guna Sampana Soranyo Dina Batsala Parupapa Karni Pavagna Tanun Diasar Nebha Danta Sarva Guru Perta Sorindra Seven Peparva Visvakiarto Vitar Variara Tatak Sakiarta Prata Kale Pate Susier Burvetine Tenentina Premno di Purusa Srinam Devendran Sarni Hamiti Kubera Suri Kubera Sutram Om Yaksharya Kuberaya Vishravanaya Danadanya Dipataria Danadanya Samri Dead Near Dedi Tapari Swaha Om Shrim Hring Hrim Shrim Klim Vishvaraya Namaha Om Shrim Hring Hrim Shrim Kuberaya Shalashmi Mama Kriya Danam Parariat Parariat Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Saha Swaha Om Hrim Yaksharya Kuberaya Vishravanaya Dana Akarshanaya Saravaloka Vasikaraya Danadanya Dadi Pataria Danadanya Samru Dead Mer Dedi Tapari Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kumari Atnama Om Yakshari Rajaya Divi Dharmaria Kridesaria Dermahitana Kuberia Prachudaya Zikil Kampa Ziana Kampa Zikil Ziringar Kia Kampa Ziringana Kampa Ziku Gimukampa Zikil Kampa Ziana Kampa Zikil Kampa Ziana Kampa Ziringar Kia Kampa Ziringana Kampa Gakumashkar Sana Zikil Kampa Ziana Kampa Zikil Kampa Ziana Kampa Ziringar Kia Kampa Ziringana Kampa Lugola the board acting ball Zikil Kampa Ziana Kampa Om Namo Hum Trakarara no Sumbaru Muka Muka Prometroya Sorbani Arkusani Samantha Brahma Saraswati Shara Rupa Shiva Vishnu Bea Rabadra Kadambi Sorbani Surba Vajra Humpat Shrim Hum Krim Glum Karbataya Varapara Sharvasha Sharme Vashamara Yeswa Hata Poru Shari Virmahe Bakrun Tundari Ade Mahitano Dandi Prachudaya Shanti 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 Ganhara Yaksayar Namam Karpataya Namahalum Bruda Raya Ramam Ringering King Ganatari Vedar Mai Vakrudari Adir Mahitano Dandi Prachudayat Shrim Hrim Klim Du Jwala Jwala Sholili Ajaya Yamari Asha Sarfasa Tups Marasmara Shemala Bankuru Kuru Dushtugra Hamum Fatsvaha Arunam Karunan Terakinim through Tashir Prashar Kusha Pushpa Bara Chapamari Bira Bruta Menkera Hamedieva Vibhavari Babarnim Shri Marashri Maharani Shri Marasenesh Varati Shitagin Kuna Sambuti Devakori Samuria Toria Barusa Shrava Chotro Baru Sabarvita Rageshwaru Papasharya Kuru Kunukushu Valapukshu Kudana Pachatan Batra Saikani Sharuna Puramaja Pramharna Mandala Champaka Suka Parlaka Sorikanti Laskacha Krupina Maneshikini Kutira Andita Shami Survi Prajatali Pistana Sharapi Maka Mantranda Kalankambra Bruga Narbi Vishisha Varanas Maramangari Gulu Hator Chileka Turbaka Lakshmi Parivahar Chalanmi Narpa Lochana Nava Champaka Pushpavana Satanda Verajit Kandi Tiskarina Sabarana Basura Kanaba Majari Kluta Kanapura Manoharda Tanka Yukali Buddha Tapano Mandala Parma Shira Dosha Paribavi Kapalo Nava Druma Bombashina Korea Charha then you go much Sri Divitric Mantras Siapa Brahmara Set Chabrati Chanda Sri Divitrika Dabata Umisham Swaha Sakti Parkilakam Sri Divitrika Priya Tom Chapaveni Ugara Sali Nasa Om Kasyapa Brahmara Sartamaha Prada Yaho Parkila Karya Namahavana Bovani Uga Yardaba Samangi Diatas Salinas Kromusibiam Namari Ram Shari Biam Namaha Mariam piam namari marmik piam namarim kaniskia piam nama krom kras tras tar piam namaha idikaring yase kroma dai yat namaharim pas seras vam sekai basaram kabakai nim tri pason kromos roya patiti senengeni sebab sromi arti te barna dai nam de pedore ma devdi skaris for the pinning to paki divide badas chumi mam tri de ke karam sama mama ka samanga Puspa Piami am by Varmigi and Dupam Krapi Kami Yam and Migi am the brand Sham Vamantar Migi am Termanivirium Nivaramisum Swamiki Fokara Pajam Smarpam Japamala Mantrom Mama Maria Sabar of the Pinica the Burgess Salinas Tasmani CD the Baba Guru Mantrom Him Sida Good Pro Guru Presida Him after Sri to the Romantrom Mum Torge Rime Hiavasaya Vasay Him Dum Dorge am Him Chromuma Pats Hasan and Ganeas Chromara Nama Rim Supassis Rasas Vaham Sekai Vasram Kavakai Hum Nim Troy Foson Chromasra PTT Singani Subofus Romiarti Ding Vig Morga Dynam Diptorge Ma Devi at Scottish for the Pinning Debaki Divide Varas Runjung Me and Pambuja and Privia Imike Garam Sama Pam Kamakami Seki I push Papiami and by Varamike I do Pamakarapiyam Ramlamike I dipam Dashami Vamantamike I am Therman Iberium Divarium Yami Subamiki Subakara Pujam Sumar Pami Sumar Parambuya Tikio free from Ganas Makrapam Japam Sierra Bavatu Medevi Prasara Mister Japamantala Malat Matrom Male Sabada Bama Priti Subaba Babam Sabum Kurusi Batroya Soviram Kadehine Omrim Sitia Namaha Ingines Hogan Hogno Nazar Goras Ardia Bermoro Juro Todo Surti Umaitli State Hearts Skydu to Mail App Markerski Papina Kim Jigs Bibicala Hegger Kindir Mergio Mini Mongo I'm Dalla Verdu Forward via Terjak Fons Pira Bors Force Monk Egmont Jogno of Borda Force for Mek for the Abum Neo Mike Harimani Ori VB Merve Meoran Fear mode närvaro arvas erta borsia mer de beam passes and dernier nes novo near chok ponseva neupin min ka vaski nunga in grassbergi abor borsia near bors boma beer view beer set me god me rents for bus or skin sonera solor stena pas kurun kruin kronum loki sol Bob Sunen Cinema na hindi or gruoma mem jurburu Sorne visi avor sali arti martni ne visi avan minken arti stosno ne visi avor starti keten kinchin grinjin quiller rexol genin kopor bat gotux no kom ne jordan no fun or kopu morgin hertu obni jarn ang dona kaftan kroma kirjo hatot sat sala berla berli Bears her core hortum brum blue afloid of blue Obsmi bobo at etal vol motangas koto tol vor butel kui torni tir bru vor brem venterkis vontor kuli vuns brer bortmo borsa major mor jotunheimen Genjin Quillo Rockstone Ginin Gopo Park Petux Everska Vorgo Trotovski Joe Brems Proglio Blinds Lechum Bos Mort Solskner Motor over Brain Vorgo and Dorina Norbrem Lincoln Morgan Gorbu Vergore Jorbu Serb Dorin Zagbe Hong Vo Belgori Bo Vikinga Niore Es Bosir Der Mesfer or Horgi Becher Borsmok No Balongo Havo Norgi Nulu Der Ablehm Liam Reims Friend Lord Georgium Sombres Pref Gerd Win Mordin Embrace Amera Oka Treda Battle To Mogo Chela Tela Big Sopnista de Turin Teneter Torn Bregate Runega and de Trum alla for the twin durance in Duran Doors Ring War for Ring Wound Os Race Fear to Feel Echlin Moon and Grumble compose all point when version doing wars you learn war for ring water was your recess fear two fear Echlin Moon and Grumble Woon Rose Way Rose Quarter Lays or Week War Breed Worried Rosie or Rose Cornum Sint difficile to stop Rumbenes Nefsit Prentus Chorus Vial in the Trussel Corriendo minus Europeans services der Larvis Corrisnon difficile ser impossibile vos investigar de dominandos amipotens exergerne dominus dominatium increase magnum omnis victoria constite domne venium contrito preocupius mer visiu virum femins termico the soul telo ter tuas mane pisentes arverin makumhel arverin mak drokofro vorni trux cum saxorum rum in versumum montrum pormen darn data bol lumen quantum draconis nir de mordur duru ter te manco sherrena sherturmo koshrmo samasamo sorashramo neon truco hospitalo shvelten osi konoshi alane moshiti ti kunu osi morshitu kalotum kutum tu mosi barritum kabritum nabritum ashasha shukashaptu ukashapari alini tu ibrani ali yau estari usisu ali ali ameria umru usarafu indicula srulu mushau rauku imartarta lupi yau urtipi yau brusu memorstiti au mortu elilinu buis urtuti serenti sisari malani raputi simare adabati dini dina lati lindau bus sawan kashati yau shashi pishi yau mesti pishi ya isma sarati sharmush mushi lipshuru shishali muti pishi lu saluli sharnu shalu ta burbu shari bu amadli murti ya Schemata oguli tatruk shari kushu kishpiki matar dili sharmiki ushusha purtu rue pestur shazor kukala matusha malasi rinagi bili bu yalani mushertum sermani ya na bagrita bira du bira semani ya na bagrita kira du bira semani ya idi bagri dushni la du bira semani ni ishti bagri dushni la du bira semani ya ki max bagri Tagera to bira samani ya na kukulari da kira to bira samani ya na egari tabza to bira samani ya na skupati jushi ala to bira samani ya na nisha dori tabza to bira samani ya na kishpada kira to bira zininganing yaning kamba zininganing yaning kamba zininganing lolden kamba zininganing lolden kamba zininganing kurkoreni kamba zininganing kurkoreni kamba zininganing dasharima kamba zininganing dasharima kamba Siringen in Dula Zaka capacity in Dula capacity in Dula capacity in Dula capacity in measure capacity in measure capacity in Martin get in Lila capacity in Martin get in Lila Gaba sitting in Sish Masak Barari Dari Boler Makabala sitting getting Barborno Corte Company Garden Area America capacity in Garini Duargari Dingaran Dornari Yara Adan Sagun Kata Garni and Kampa Siringana kamba siringari kamba siringa ruruki kamba siringana bo kamba siringari star kamba siringari shamashudu kamba siringara kota siringana madu kamba siringana individual kamba siringari kamba siringara noki kamba siringana lola korkorgani kamba siringana lola ning korkare kamba siringana ni below sharaki kamba siringana ni korkare gishini babarari kamba siringana nonaki atingkar kalian kamba kalambu uduk sulala sur kardin Zul bola zor ting te zor maskim so siare kapasiki kapasiring kan indal ale kor koregi kapasiring kan indal ling koregi kapasiring kan ini bibila share ki kapasiring kan ini koregi kapasiring kan nurla tingker kan kapa siring kan kapasiring kan ki kapa papa rara ter batar da papa rara triki ne asagara sakti morna ter tar karasi bi murna ter tuzul kurbi murna ter ala zor karbi murna ter gedim zuri bi murna ter kara zor karbi murna ter zinger zor karbi murna ter nierna miare tarshpi arbar diare shasharti arti bartu kashapti ta shatar yutar Hai agree vari garnamum havisnar venamum kesavari anamum arusidari anamum govindari anamum punar kaksari anamum visnar venamum pisombarari anamum harari anamum arigay anamum sarvagisari anamum savarari anamum saratharari anamum nararari anamum narakarari anamum narasarari anamum naraparvari anamum narajarari anamum neskalakari anamum omnigatrari anamum naramarari anamum saranamari anamum saksin anamum sarvarari anamum Sabara Karia, Namahom Sorimate, Namam Local Saria, Namum Sivaria, Namum Sabasvara, Pradaria, Nama Umberarte, Namo Beradaria, Namo Beravaria, Namo Paratararia, Namo Paranaria, Namo Poriatre, Namo Punyayar, Namo Punyakataria, Namo Parapararia, Namo Paramarne, Namo Parasmai, Namo Parasaria, Namo Paracaria, Namo Pararia, Namo Sarveda Marcaria, Namo Veruser, Namo Peravereca Paracaria, Sacolo Paris Feria, Namo Niscalaria, Namo Sarves Cararte, Namo Cascalamana Muntra Yuxastaria, Namo Parapararia, Namo Parana Parusaria, Namo Cesaria, Namo Sarandia, Namo Parasvararia, Namo Santaria, Namo Dantaria, Namo Chituraria, Namo Chitametraria, Namo Jagamaya, Namo Jamaratararia, Namo Jivaria, Namo Jadaria, Namo Jaria Sanai, Namo Javasheri Priya, Namo Javastulia, Namo Javakarte, Namo Priakarte, Namo Vivade, Namo Vivalia, Namo Visuaruparia, Namo Visukupsa, Namo Virustaria, Namo Virusnastustaria, Namo Sanitaria, Namo Casa Santikarakaria, Namo Sra Paraya, Namo Sri Maria, Namo Sri Sampararia, Namo Visvararia, Namo Masutaria, Namo Umanataruparia, Namo Prandaria, Namo Paprasari Tataria, Namo Vitaria, Namo Vitapodaria, Namo Savasasene, Namo Tamahararia, Namo Jalasararia, Namo Janine, Namo Porna Kadra Sambrabaria, Namo Janadaria, Namo Javakataria, Namo Yogine, Namo Yogisaria, Namo Savakamarararia, Namo Mohayogine, Namo Mahamartine, Namo Omanasaria, Namo Sresar Sam, Namo Hamsaria, Namo Paramahamsaria, Namo Viskuptre, Namo Varaja, Namo Surhasparti Karsakaria, Namo Jartar Bardalas Mutaria, Namo Madia Maniatararia, Namo Saviskara Pararia, Namo Pranavar Gitaruparia, Namo Verar Harkarmarte, Nama Itisri Hayagriva Sutarama Santana Mavari. Om Manataya, Namo Marsaya, Namo Margararia, Namo Kulubukararia, Namo Mivikaramaria, Namo Nemisataria, Namo Ravantaria, Namo Verokorabaria, Namo Visnupriya, Namo Garustriya, Namo Viditaramaria, Namo Visararia, Namo Cesaria, Namo Sarusidania, Namo Mesapanamaditaria, Namo Maprataru Darine, Namo Mamnitikararia, Namo Makasupaparayar, Namo Makrama Sudjayar, Namo Magaruparia, Namo Valaria, Namo Vasukaria, Namo Varaparikaria, Namo Vaznankararia, Namo Vasarani, Namo Vasudavarasani, Namo Varapasitaria, Namo Vipasarati, Namo Vatikabania, Namo Tamahararia, Namo Dapikararia, Namo Dadindararia, Namo Kisaparamajaya, Namo Karuparia, Namo Yugadaparia, Namo Yugandararia, Namo Kasamavataria, Namo Namgatraria, Namo Kisoplia, Namo Visvararia, Namo Sakabararia, Namo Sakalaparia, Namo Samparipia, Namo Saranaria, Namo Pakasarasa, Namo Prasaria, Namo Pramadaria, Namo Pregadaria, Namo Pregadaria, Namo Baravasaya, Namo Baravaskaria, Namo Barusarasa, Namo Baravaranaria, Namo Babevitararia, Namo Taxacaria, Namo Localisaria, Namo Sivaria, Namo Basavaria, Namo Pararia, Namo Priya, Namo Punyataria, Namo Parasaria, Namo Paracaria, Namo Niscalaria, Namo Parapararia, Namo Coricararia, Namo Spresaria, Namo Sataria, Namo Dantaria, Namo Radium Patania, Namo Savapujaya, Namo Savarkararia, Namo Nesararia, Namo Nerajanaria, Namo Umavataria, Namo Saraya, Namo Saudakaria, Namo Danajaya, Namo Taria, Namo Vitaroparia, Namo Tamahararia, Namo Yugisparaya, Namo Kalania, Namo Palaria, Namo Brahmakarina, Namo Sakarara Kararia, Namo Jitukunaria, Namo Jivaria, Namo Jadaria, Namo Javapriya, Namo Juviswarubaria, Namo Virusaria, Namo Viraswam Sutyaya, Namo Pradaria, Namo Prandaria, Namo Vishnu Topraria, Namo Gutaria, Namo Gutararia, Namo Ravasraya, Namo Rapusaria, Namo Vishankaria, Namo Veruparia, Namo Sarisupaya, Namo Sakaluparia, Namo Karusumutaria, Namo Rabartikaria, Namo Sisomvaramalikaria, Namo Fanina Vibusaria, Namaka. Om Nagendraya Namaha Iti Sri Nagar Davarta Stutara Santan Namavahi. Nesho Korsterosu Kurlishmi, he froshin to Knus Columbian Shan Sereb, Torchard Card Morshu, Ward Siren Shu, Archer Sian Criti, Arasimiringan, Cheres, Rientian, Galabros, Mercy, and True, Gurtier Tesor, Star and Name, Manateral and Mirsian Spiori, der remain tierne format, tierne format, Jesur, tu labore, beer, tu smurn, certe criti, tu Antru diargado nantati ramarkan sarnspiorn narum antro sarngun roderta ranyan yangum beragierte neo moshul serperciart moshul na ci perciarte mese mnum na biurde se perciarte mona biurde mi diarnsa dorta larsia siula ciurtelier Vanweg neer een hartje buler no corner zeer neur kortjer zeer noor bier sang zeer sur zeer negirle zeer de zeer ne barna massa sur vier isla sar mor bier massa sur mentarier beri daar is buur der tjers verker der vuur koos vir tjer da vuur erarni ser diorne era croda era crore fiana triore cronic mer gusne bernu mean suran cror der gusan bulan triora tur de messe domo show saint and der marca gusan spiorde nermea barbianar Nuerda Jordi, Lars Narsior Mesel Guso Gors Dorne Birnes Rom Feren Gusmor Bifiuru der Bier, Ier Ge Fjurte Necru der Gus Fjur, Naesar Narcher, Fernium Sere Gusur Karstjordi Bernes Lium Fern. Karchi Kalini Tariar Vir Pirna Sangita Karavo Muda Peri Nari Vardana Kamalas Vadama Rupa Rama Sarmu Brahma Raparti Kano Sarchita Paru Jagana Swami Naira Batikami Babatu Me Boshe Savia Verum Serasi Sigi Pincharum Katita Tetukulam Netotante Sahachakarat Katas Vidadarte sardas remar vartar varnar vasati lila paricariyo jagana swami naira patekami bavartume mahabordes tiar derikar ciar de nila sikar de vasan prasadan tar sarja palapadrena balina subadra maria stakala sorta seva vasarato jagana swami naira patekami bavartume Karpa Pravara Sajala Jalada Sorino Rucierto Ramavani Ramaspuarada Ramala Pankoru Hamurika Sorendre Radia Surutigana Zerika Gita Charitu Jagana Swami Naina Patikami Bavartume Ratorudur Garchan Pati Milita Border Vea Partera Laisruti Prator Barpam Pratipara Mur pakarnya sarariara sindura para sakala jagata sindustaria jagana swami naina patikami bavartume para brahmi pa kuvalia dalo pulana yoni varsni laduro nihita charanu nanta zara sera sarundu rara sara sapa porra lingarna sere kojagana swami naina patikami bavartume Narveyar Shera Jamna Charkarna Kamarni Kevi Variam Nayache Ham Yuram Yam Nikila Janakam Yam Varavardum Sarakala Kala Pratar Partir Nagita Charito Jaganas Swami Naina Patagami Bavartume Haratvam Samsaram Drutarar Masaram Sorpate Haratvam Papartam Vitati Maparam Yarava parte hodina natarm nihita cara nonischitar merdam jagana swami naina patikami bavartume jaganat stakum pornyamya parte prayarta susier sarvar par pavisordart mavisnulor kamsaga charti tisri matsankara chariyar vicharti tam jaganat stakam sampurnam. Brahma Morari Sora Certa Lingum Nyamala Pasita Subinta Lingum Janmaja Luka Vyasarka Vyasana Lingum Tapranamami Sarsiva Lingum Devamuni Pravarshita Lingum Kamadana Korunakara Lingum Ravana Darpa Virasana Lingum Tapramami Sarsiva Lingum Salva Suganda Sulapita Lingum Do Borbi Vivardana Korana Lingum Sira Sura Sura Varita Lingum Tapranamami Sarsiva Lingum Karka Mahmarni Busita Lingum Vani Pati Vestita Subita Lingum Raksasa Yarjana Virasana Lingum Tapranamami Sarsiva Lingum Kunkuma Chandana Lepita Lingum Pankaja Radha Sosobita Lingum Pansanchita Papa Virasana Lingum Tapranamami Sarsiva Lingum Devagana Chitta Sevita Lingum Bhavara Bhakta Perevacha Lingum Dinakara Kuti Prabhakara Lingum Tapranamami Sarsiva Lingum Mastadalo Parivastita Lingum Salsa Samabhavarana Lingum Astadetra Virasana Lingum Tapranamami Sarsiva Lingum Surikuru Sora Vara Purjita Lingum Soravana Puspa Sarchita Lingum Paraparam Param Param Paramaka Lingum Tapranamami Sarsiva Lingum Lingastagamiram punyam Yaparsiva Sarido Sivalokama Nopti Sevina Sahamurate Nataraja Nataraja Natanda Sundara Nataraja Jai Shiva Shankara Nataraja Kandamba Kananam Priyam Sirambariya Viharinam Marabukumbagum fitas parimbalalano sukam sarambaka makarandam sarambu vahini daram Rombo jagorum basiram baram viva varye samasta bhakta pusana swahasta badakan karam prasatar keriti vibhavam nerasar jajara param karsata muti saram Sarasat Sakantra Maranam Harmbuje Jagorum Sirambaram Vivavarye Jarakirtita Marditam Nitala Lokaram Vitam Bartir Kerta Sarikam Tartam Patira Pukala Panam Natarka Porvarvar Vinam Kutara Pasadarinam Harmbuje Jagar Gurum Sirambaram Vivavarye Karanga sarva supitum siram gajaran sarsitam parangana vikara rambarangara kara chitam karan kartara sarkam taranga mitrakamam armbuje jagar gurum siram baram vibhavarye amanda barya barjaram sumanda hasasan mukam sumanda manda gaming garindra kanyakaravam Samam damam daluta mamanda yanta mamarno harmbuje jagorum sirambaram vipaparie karantin karamarsya sasar garindra kapada rindam surendra murtya purjitam kagira vahana priyam ahendra barsur sharaj valam agendra jaivala serdam Rambuja jagar gurum siram baram vibhavarye malavara malapahari nitate sara virasakari nambalarisa prabhab jaram lalamau palokanam lasafani draharinam Shavala Trisula Darinam Harambuje Jagorum Sirambaram Vibhavarye Sasanka Banu Vihitu Pravarjita Trilokananam Visala Vaksasam Suragarbha Hurnara Manditam Digambalu Sarva Poraram Dara Ratam Vitam Harambuja Jagar Gorum Sirambaram Vibhavarye Sarantaranga Sarjarno Kapapasan Gare Sarde Paranariuta Dorjana Lisiksane Vikatsana Sirambarkya Sakuru Swarupa Merya Purtale Sarsivu Vera Jarte Sara Moranar Vitu Hora Sirambarkya Sakuru Riram Saravila Sinam Muralik Harti Sakar Saropa Maral Master Taravasatara large Haripriya Taranane Virapriya Kaniskala Jagadguru Radugra Hariti Sri Chedambara Pankakamara Stutra Om Sharavara Bavarya Namaha Om Tat Pursharye Vidmahe Mahasenarya Dir Marhi Taruskanda Prachodayat Kandarya Kotekeya Yar Pravarti Priyar Nandanarya Chamahadeva Kumararya Subramanya Yate Namaha. Agasya Varcha Nomostud Borndaraka Borndalvandia Pararabindaria Surhakaraya Saranana Yarniata Vigura Maria Gori Ornanda Sarmut Alvaria Namostu Turubiam Pravata Treantre Cotre Samasarsia Mano Ratarnam Terteratarnam Paratarakasya Hontre Prankanda Soratara Kasya Amortaria Sahasra Mortaria Gunaria Ganaria Parapararia Apara Pararia Parapararia Namosto Turbiam Siki Bahanaria Namosto Te Brahma Veradam Voraya de Gamboraria Barasam Stirtaria Horanya Barabare Narmo Haranya Haranya Ratar Setarpas Varu Parya Tapu Danarya Tarpar Palar Nambrati Parakarya Sara Kumararia Himora Mierne Trinkartaris Vararia Vera Gerne Namarha Namostu Tulgiam Sorajar Marne Vivu Bravarta Soraria Runa Naparkartarie Balaya Kabala Parakramalia San Maturia Dialamalna Toraria Mir Hustan Miero Tarmardiur Senamol Marmogararnam Pararia Gararia Namosturte Jan Marjara Dicardia Ramofi Sarkaria Sursarti Pararia Salvasa Natasa Kumora Karia Kuron Koraria Tor Karamar Karia Svarheria Gingiria Kakarikeria Salveria Turibiam Saratam Namosturi Sriskandema Porane Karsikarane Banka Visar Mortar Mortiar Yesri Karkia Starikan Skandu Varchar Yorkis Faro Mahaserna Karkeo Yenana Skanda Kumoro Serene Surami Sankara Sanbalba Garangeya Stamora Kuraskar Brahmakari Ziki Varta Tarakari Humabudro Kurunkarisya Saranar Sabda Brahma Samudras Kaserta Soras Vartu Gura Sana Kumuru Bayavan Mogal Mursa Pala Brara Sarajar Marsha Garantisa por Varjo Multi Marker Sarva Karma Pranete Karvan Shirtar Trapradar Sarna Star Vima Sartin Narbarni Mariaranti Paria Patet Prayurses Suradaria Yurtu Muku Barkas Partir Bad Vermahar Mantra Mariar Nirti Mamar Namar Nam Kor Karnarm Mahaprajnar Mavlar Noti Natra Kararia Vigornar Iti Sri Ra Yamala Prajna Vivardar Kiam Srima Karkeya Stotram Narada Vacha Pranar Maria Sarasa Devam Gari Putram Venayarkam Bartarit Varsaram Smorenitar Yama Sirokyam Rasarie Pratalmam Vakrator Darm Charekar Dartarm Virkam Tritiliam Krasnardiagar Sam Vikarjar Vartram Chator Traktaram Lambuda Daram Panchar Mamcha Satsam Vikatar Merva Chasatar Vegnarajaram Chandur Maravarnam Kathastar Mam Navarmam Balachandran Chadasar Marm Tu Vinariarka Megara Sam Ganapatin Vara Sam Tu Garjanan Om Dvapasar Tarni Mnamarmi Trisidiam Yapatana Rana Chavernar Viam Tasya Sarva Sirikaram Param Vediarti Labarte Vediam Darati Labarte Dardam Poratri Lavete Putran Morsarti Labarte Gartin Jabar Gana Partistutram Sad Biram Sarfalam Laber Samvar Sarenes Yartim Chalabarte Natra Samsarti Yarnastan Mario Brahmanarias Charlie Gerva Yab Samar Barrieta Shadir Yabavar Sarva Ganasar Siyar Prasar Derdar Dishrin Narata Porna Sankara Star Narma Garnes Stordram Advitarvastarva Marte Pranamarjarnarm Sampadanarya Tartarmar Nalmasi Marupam Pralara Posararatam Pratarikarnavasam Devarmutarikamarvinavami Korbasa Mudram Natachana Varkanatavar Prakar Kasglasiar Der Gierma Sersno Everborg Vartara Sarsiar Stan Bavanalminam Maharvishnu Varksorvidarinam Yaska Grehordar Tarmordum Satura Pikarunartim Narahariva Borsam Navamitam Visordnam Ripudrias Pietarajar Sarkunar Nirvasor Misierna Karaja Garaidar Deyastam Varnde Praladar Por Barbarianik Yarmaham Pralardam Pranamajarnar Pankarte Kurvanti Divi Sardo Harnia Pralada Porvardarm Sitam Kurute Namarmi Yasarmarham Saradin Durkurdar Valam Karaja Pravivar Dar Sorda Disam Karanar Monjara Kavariam Tarasarivaratam Prakorvardar Mierte Mukena Rubru Vapur Sekar Sormia Senkar Kanartarm Prakarti Korosi Bariasia Korta Bariatratar Mertrikia Prasidioriata Sarnvorti Tishringeri Jagat Guru Sri Secharandar Sepe Parnalvar Simha Barati Svarmi Birvirasitum Sri Nirasira Saptarkam. Jing Shin Shin Chao Tai Shing Yin Bang Wu Ting Gui Shi Fu Ming Bo Ming Hoi Shen Shi Hoi Ming Ying Shen Shen Nan Ning Shen Hu Nyung Ju Bu Wu Yang Jing Ji Ji Ju Ru Li Ling Jing Gu Shin Ju Dan Ju Gu Shin Tu Hui Shu Shen She Shen Jing Lun Don Ming Yang Shen Lor Kiern Shi Shen Kier Cher Wer Shen Hor Shen Hor Ben Kier Shen Yan Jin Shen Shen Dan Yern Wo Dong Shin Shi Shin Leng Yan Dor Ki Chong Kun Shi Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Shin Shin Zhuo Ling Bo Dian Junan Wei Shin Shin Di Ji Hun Po Wu Zhong Zhun Ming Gong Bai Hu Do Sheng Fin Yun Sheng Hu Shun Wu She Wei Wu Xin Ji Ji Ru Li Ling An Tu Li Shin Zhuo Yuan Qi En Jin Hu Guo Wen Ling Yor Do Shin Guan Tor Di Ji Ling Xie Yor Ji Bo Re Wang Xing Shui Zheng Jing Do Nei Wei Jing Gen Gan Feng Wei Bei Shor Dan Ting Te Sheng Yu Ming Shu Xie Xing Wei De Ro Yun Hing Li Xin Ting Jing Lian Di Xin Zhuo Dian Di Xi Ren Hing Ki Ben Shin Dong Xiong Xiong Xu Hong Ren Te Jun Ba Feng Wei Shen Xi Wu Xi Ren Ling Wu Fu Ming Hu Wo Zhuo Tian Gan Lord Dar Na Dong Gang Dai Jun Zhang Yu Fu Ye Durin Sha Guai Wan Guan Zhen Shan Jin Shu Yuan Qi Yu Wen Qi Shong Yi Ban Ge Beng Yan Ning An Jing Wu Yor Ba Hei Xie Wu Men Mu Wang Shu Xu Xie Wei Wu Jun Zhong Hui Shu Shan Liu Qi Chong Kun Ji Ji Ru Ling Jing Gong Xin Xu Tian Di Shen Zhong Wan Qi Ben Guan Guan Zhu Wan Jie Xian Wu Xin Gong Shan Jie Nei Wei Wei Lu Du Shun Fu Yu Jing Gong Yo hu wu xin xi xi bu xin jing ji bu wen bao lo tian di yang yu guan xin yu chi yi ber xin yu guan meng xin jie xie wei wo li xi wing wen xin yu li xi lei teng wo li yu sang dan zhang wei wang jing nei yo pe li li xian yan ming tong hui chu xie wu ke teng teng jin guan shu yuan fu hu jin ren ji ji ru li ling yu zhong xin yu liu yu jin yu jin jia zhang chuan xuan ru yu lu jin kun di gan xin ling jie pan jian pe lin yuan ling jin guan wo jian da jia tan jie jie ru ling juan yun yu yun jian de yu ho jie che chu jar 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 hu xin hu fu wu fang pe hui yi yang yi yor tin jian wang ren nan bei nei xi yu yan dong zhong xi er shu ling fu yuan chai zheng zhong xin wen dan fu zhou zhou ke yo ming ming ke wo cheng keng neng ji kan chen lo ne ke po yo meng zhang yo lai yo shai shang zhang du Namo hera dara no la ye ya namo wa liye polo jer di shol bola ya porti sa do po ya mo he sa do po ya mo he jar lor ni jar ya homsa pola pa yisu talo da je namo ji jer lir bo ye menga ye po lor je ri shir po la leng tu po namo la jen chi chi li mo he po do sha me sa po wa ta do cho peng a shi yun sa po sa do na mo po sa do na mo po ke po ta ye do da je ta wong a po lo je lo jar di jar lo di ya shi li mo he po ri sa lo sa po sa mo ma la mo jir li to yun ju lu ju lu xia meng du lu 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 xia fa xia ya ri mo he fa xia ya ri tu la di li ni xi fu la ye xia la mo pa mo la mo di li ya yi xi na xi na ha la xian fu la xia li fa sha fa xian fu la xia ya hu lu mo la hu lu ji li shu la ji li shu lu pu tu ye mi li ye lo la jen chi li xia ni na po yer mo nar so po he ji to ya so po he mo he ji to ya so po he ji to yo li shi po la yer so po he lo la jen chi shu po he mo la lo la shu po he ji la singa mo he ya so po he so po mo he a ji to ya so po he ji jar la a ji to ya so po he bo to mo ja ji to yer so po he lo la jen chi po ke la ya so po he mo pe li shen ja la ye so po he na mo he la ra bu la ye ye na mo a li ye po lo ji di shu po a la ye so po he hong ji yan du man to la ba to ri ye so po he bo re bo lo mi ang do jen jen jing gun ji shai por sha jing Xing Shen Bore Bolo Mir Dur Shisho Shen Wuryu Jer Kong Yur Je Ke Ku Sheri Shi Shebo Yi Kong Kong Bo Yi She Shi Kong Kong Ji Shi She Shong Shong Jing Shi Yi Furu Shi She Li Shi She Zhu Fa Kong Zhong Bu Sheng Bu Me Bu Go Bu Sheng Bu Sheng Bu Zhang Shi 蜈蚣中无些无手中，引起无言而必些嫌疑无些形象为出发，无山无言些，乃是无一些些。 Wu wu ming yi wu ming jin nai shi wu leo shi yi wu leo shi jin wu ku chier miel do wu shi yi wu der ji wu shu der wu porti sabru yi bo re bo lor bi ru wu shin wu gua hai wu gua hai wu yu kong wu yorn le dian do ming jong ju jar ne pan san chi Ju o yibo rebo lor mero lor de a lor samio san portigur jibo rebo lor mi do sher dar shen jor sher dar ming jo shi wu shang jo shi wo deng deng yang jo ning chu yi ke ku shin shi burju gu sho bo rebo lor mi al dor jo sher sholo Jardi, bolor, jardi, bolor sen jardi, porti sapu he, nan mo fotu yer, nan mo damo yana mo senke yer, nan mo kunji jaipu ja, mo he sha, jora bajen ja, daji tur janjo, jara pade jerndo, morni mor her bor, ding mi mlu, Disija shoa lar jeli shaye hong basha he hanbola tarmo jelando morne shoa an baloto bodan mi hong namo san mando mutunana bolari edo she solanan daji shoran ke kerji Hong Hong bola ruwala se jar jishili show po sha shande ja shili ji show wa he namo poto ya namo da mo ya namo seng kier ya na hanji tu lulu ji dulu ji li po ji da li bo hu li show Waheyana mobaga wari yabala minda hayolia na sorbirini shiji shirdarde jola jedada ta gerdarie ala hedi san yor san bordayandarni yatanan salibas sangsigeli bali sudah dalam arti Gegana sangma wugari shabawashi shuri mahenarie bali wali shu he namo bo ker padi pasha share julu berli bola bo che yer dato yerdu yala heri san yosan boto yerda Jito Hong Pishashi San Mojari Shohe Hong Mani Bai Me Hong Mageni Yahna Jer Jorde Bara Jerde Jarna Werda Ligesa Horo Warta Burli Shitagera Bulanana Burli Diote Bananoma Lord Jer Shola Yesu heli poli kyo heri tolo ni hela di pili ni di he ker di jen linkan dinamo e min do po yerdor di yerdor mili do poti mili do jidan bo pe mili do jiati Jarian dier mili tobi jarlan dor ker mini ke noji dor jarli sopo hena mo potunan moda mona mo sen kena mo shirli mo heti dani yanto boli fulo dor jarli sanaman tor darsheni mo he pili helor ker di sanman dor jor boli di Fully no alone dar mordimo happy goberimo hemieler diolo posen carigirigi senki girisan man tua no poloni Shorten yan yon ray shang hu hua tin shun leo hu yu dong chong chun shi yu shon chun yo shi mer Tindi Yuo Ware Hitiandi Yuo Bering Sheng or one war Yuo Wei Fu Lu Sorsha Shen Yo Amahurung Ching Chi Shen Yi Shi Pi Shen Yen Alang Fu Yi Shi Vi Shan Yan Hing Li Ching Xing Shu Yar Ning Wu Nai Ateheye ya yogi chimani to go miki somo pogo wa. Ateheye ya yogi chimari to go miki somo pogo wa. Ahoki wa nixista mixtar ki he yo arna he yo arna he yo ar to arabi gina he yo de ya to arabi Gina he yo de ariato hartarbi won ginarini yo de yato hartarbi won ginarini yo ya he you niva hu he you niva he you niva hu ya he hu nia ni na he na he ya he na he ni na he you niva hu ya he you niva he ya he ner na Yani sini hawana, yani sini hawana, hini swa virakini, hini swa virakini, ni tui na ho hu, ni tui na ho hu, warasina no ho hu, warasina na ho hu, ni himasi asisi, ni himasi asisi. Om Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dermahi Tano Vishnu Prachudaya Om Devakararaya Virmahe Vasudevaya Dirmahi Tana Krishna Prachudaya Om Tatporshari Virmahe Sahasrashari Yad Mahadevarya Dermahi Tano Rupra Prachudaya Om Akatantarya Virmahe Vagratudariya Dermahi Tano Danti Prachudaya Om Kariyanya Virmahe Kaniyanamakar Yad Dermahi Tano Durga Prachudaya Om Vagdevyaya cha Vidmahe Kamarajariya Devmahe Tano Devi Prachuraya Om Devidya cha Vidmahe Vishnu Partnya cha Devmahe Tano Lakshmi Prachuraya On Yur Search Niyaringar Tritan Dorte Starti Marshnam Ser Tri Basorim Roke Ter Tri Asadam Dorate Ter Search Torna Tapsidam Dorotor Ter Nimcholet Mese Fum Chorviti Lurigo Asrin Sin Ninkur Nina skarn motur orcher tom theos nim tribas corpus cern an mjölnir mordnia nar bar dar verba Amsterdam dorinar ster fintruni verba rohorter morich rosortor morich romorter mornor nivela morich nim tilibas for firch roper tor morterch nim ragba nat der Deutschland na door glas na deur de Schlin im tier tor til na kore bana korde bjordindom te orcher nam sier te orri na njurle od mjönir senestel search tarm sier där kona terminasir de for brinneri björis nari var berter mor search charndel om dunde tarontier om eron surster om bliarlor mor om search berner ropor sertark serbirenar search leib or oer kotegor korkumor vese robera finspirtol noi form sal domine esaluster heru esaluster domine esaluster pan asaluster domine esaluster krishna esaluster domine esaluster tor esaluster super papalum turum domine benedictuo tua Arteheye yayo, arteheye yayo, arteheyelo, nitunu shira hoa when you get a kikitaye yayo, nitunu shira when you get a kike yayo, arteheyelo, nita kuria when you get a kikitaye yayo, nita kuria when you get a kikitaye yayo, arteheyelo. Michin shi naranbe mayuze artehelo inichiga kete artehelo chanon pa wanchi charorpi One cha urpi arteolo charumpa one chai charumpa one chi charurpi arteolo chayani piketa arteolo head to er chaheo chari ho head to er chaheo chari ho Rungo kile chaya heo ho rungo kile chaya heo ho arte he yellow arte he yellow one nariyan mariye one nayan mariye the tankam one mariye arte he yellow let shall me yo kan kete lo yo let yo me yo kan kete lo yo taku mage chari kaya ramita warye lo yo taku maka chari kaya ramita warye lo yo arte yo arte yo yo min ching shi yi te wakila che ye ya min ching shi yi te wakila che ye ya o ya te ya ini chagar pikata che ye o ya te ya ini chagar pikata che ye te ya he lo arte he lo har ye ya yo ha ye ya yo Milakin hiumichiana, Milakin hiumichiana, Wawaka blakete ye, Wawaka blakete ye, Unchi he lo yo, Unchi he lo yo, Puya chini wasna waka gin karte, Puya chini wasna waka gin karte, Unchi he lo yo, Unchi he lo yo, Le haria he. Ye la ye kangi ye o ya te ye chaya bon wello kangi ye o ya te ye chaya well wello ni ya te ye he we ni arte ye he you well one bali galeshka one yani hi o we one bali galeshka one yani hi o we Miokan keen one lucky Miokan keen one lucky one lucky hana one lucky hi hi Min ching shi mi tawaya min ching shi mi tawaya arte uelo arte uelo yani bikatai ya uelo yani bikatai ya uelo wasa wakin katai wasa wakin katai la chi pio la chi pio wasa wakin katare la chi po Artelena Makue, Artelena Makue, Perawan Yarn Makue, Perawan Yarn Makue, Aramakue, Aramakue, Ina Heku, Mission College, Martin, Mission College, Martin, Ina Heku, wana Sapiketa, wana Sapiketa. Unchi tazipa michuye, arte he yellow, herkin yanka galie, herkin yanka galie, one lechia, wana sapiketa ke yarpilo, one lechia, wana sapiketa ke yapilo, warni kerper kangario, warni kerper kangario, Arte mia one Marian Cario mia one Marian Cario Cagio arte one chanku waka Gero Cario arte one chanku waka lo yani piketa char yani pikete cha cola he yellow Macasito Mariano quisiera o yarte o kie Oyate oki one bali oyate one hoshi yellow yarte ye lo arte he yellow mako one chaya oki ye petekinu ki ye piterkinu ki ye kangi oyarte one hoshi yellow arte he yellow Lena wakan wagagarche arte yolo gale kina han wakan wagagarche arte yolo chanon pakin wagagarche arte yolo mio kan kinchi chuche arte yolo o gale kini niar karta arte yolo mi ching shita yena gupi mi ching shita yena gupi magoche one wash ten adi yargali pikata arte heyulo wana vicheshka arte ye wana vicheshka arte ye vi hutu humani ugatano kodi warin kete koyan wo warin kete arte michuye wahin kerpe michuye wani kerpe michuya hiya wasa watin kete arhiya wasna watinkite hanpa wachige tewakila lahe wan bleni chalahe karye lo win bleni chalahe karye lo teke cha wan wege kinkita toki che wan gera kinkita ni hun kun ke lielo ni hun kun ke lielo wakani yani yakinkite wakani yani yankinkite Changalish God one lusar hin yarkin kete changalish ka one lusar yan king kete one warrior gupo one warrior gupo at the halo en Israel ki sorten de he sorten de truas renusjes kaprushara me rushes kapukin jeror katem sakim ne bona thinking japem yor nem swamari basharap nem courageous rami nem swarages of soratum suten minkinum not capacities of param kim nu top nem nem se competem da shun ever interpret nu of so tapan sunu web so in bad trusmen maja to your dots and evening kamanu mu def nu da be tasin na prata I men shara bu mahita foto ta na moit protap sen na product kabada Tekum nu watek nu shafis ngatimi haranti ma habranu ya shafis kem nu as ngatimi haban rujuti shuti abram kapru to apre keru mena rapre pressure emara shara para pa shara para anti amasasa sasa happy super happy egnamoding mo kapna neb kata kotob romari korse karam laguti haru ramerun esra te peru aheru heru hadado mena heru abenu heru so tapi oi ke kat empty man tapi rodi ke bikenus man bamram smor or pa ke di pat sam tu is are ended up some get a kemne some some room koreas karine so lim tu some ke tu but tu is a kuno is sin se he so re pa bre da padam kane some hindu is so adi tu tem ke tam neven tu lui hari hinu menas ne sen and what up can head would have nadi to na ke mar ko ba kamba sa so apne ken tu im kat had Gabi said na Buddha minid min helton peta tortan and torture I get to issue more second or independent tortatut shatatan po apo second and petsakim toy or an apo abu can the head tapichu up apo at Kim Rasu second tapium napi mutet him as bakabasan parbaso said and watch as him and have our eyes a good about dreamy setting siakers absorbed by cursor increment and metazule musa birds and moody the skitty cabezan meant absar marab sarap and a menu second of better patch attending kai betu no horror mari vendo sabar bangi kes was na kotias about some stuff from the segunda mata ni ga tu environment man pedi shari kemi shekeru eken saru hesi bare pare tare kerti on the web na brasa daki na babu na tem sapadi mababu tu ki nem na ne cautious to para na ma hedi tapadu na peti tas man men du sabakabushi shar sekete bu ma or mo to bi shu ko shu ma sabashan ko na men shata skana kenetra and kapti kamarin nikern and nikern kanamis tu market them to some kanamis tu na kertu to ramasu shu akata jara tu ara tanterti nati sat when names and ni joy can and you kori sol yes to some curry poi kam jari work kopari mu shor they shot in me adi san muta bai ti tu abe ko aba tu nu ke kishmin wab sik me ko amne ni por pet me tu and sali kapatum sekna sekert egna that you are the one am sekuna to mu shor to next to tar met head nu pum nephew solid ki atum tatu na ni pu pare mi so tek or the anu tata ben ni pu man back sana ni pu you wabudi and get in marty in japan and harry jaja tas sadam hot up tami pi kwa kara mamaru again that to senti tu mere tu can had had never you me to one pen you met mahara me that never do man he tot set up ne amane kinun has you no come net you dead padin chips as mary you come hold them never subsabam so like more make and romani you no so his no you no horizon Rob Rakaparam cat would take messenger to Naka and Nepri and Manu Resek never tepper metroy and oit operam Sushani never talk I back out 2 session time as to 10 never way. You also them hold up the also them hold up and potty mess you potty to you a much better adaptation to move to the wrong num you could never move up new Sushani upperum kunetri omani menacum larami boy nanak army ten Kabernam ten Mertotari out at the Cabramen betuam jet at Tunami Uno like a musical sharmata Patoy or a super captain de Kutum Dakiswak Secretary de Quedaman Patu Nuteku Burger through I could nubam king, Commissioner for Isaac, Timey or crew true two all two nepre also mentioned in pet white who nemaname si pikamus, Masahu and Pereset, Senate Nadri, Tap Site number Nukutot Cabra, Taram Sanakati Kuamaka, Wood Cabra Numesis, to do what put him Camu definitely number in their courtesy and to decent and the all Benet, said Hennek Tamu Hoy, Netari TM Sikimi, Penthrum and Hennes or Hendups, Kusurinus, Misketa, Kwamai. Netri won he utetsume to a picture I and no patient and shake no cap control to all or up at home masteru to a certain to make you never recreation cookie ari deskamamune get like a brute of him to move to the pros on the throne never reckon crop as a hiding gami shariki kept net through nurture direct tapera above shops of cardamom can and egg number and use skirt kept a good topic now shot up the net the way in intuity was at the white up and wash up wash that some just a my hand on the pedal laps and everything is sorting. He said, couldn't he said to try sort of better boys or a bit short and he said, what I'm saying, no book, capram, capri, caperna, capru, lemon, caprish, caperin, trumbo, mummy. As for now, and cannot man can bear the one and my bear the one that already started solved by who can be made to I do to the lanes that I sabi what to lie and Kabae. Sebab porsi orang Kunari varna jadi bini sermar huja buah pesengan pensuci sebagai nampak mengki or sertifikat kerkuti jobi usai karkan ajar tu mumpatem doa mengkotoran kira baru amane sebab tu namanya ya kerana baru asru erusim tu amu amane biskit peran kira baru amane seru nebeda kira semdap sekarang kerwapi kuap ke kamane kene rumane kira semdap sekarang kuap sekarang kira ni kuap kemudian terus semdap sekarang kerwapi kira kisru Spanish everybody got a sort of calbetic and can about it and calbetic magnet one is rubbish betic getting in a kick and some more New Hampshire medic you had some sicker and I should be to make you as I had a cabin and Jerusalem Kaiser and Nisha Paramicati and Upper Qua Takna one who I go Paramaka Paramanican and that's a pack of pupper. It's a packy poor making him in Gorkis work to back to take and shoot up to an anti better than never a minute through a minute separate get an end to a new the episode woman and skeraps on a Timavisan Jara Mapas Carapaso to Pavasor Sabas Alina Capuasan to Ankabai Kemo Tempum Rapushan to Nia Piatanina Emas. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, tears of blood prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Zikio Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Noop, Geb, Noop, Kipra, Ra 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 tuma tuma tum kansu 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 arsim tum chabo banana shim truina hai arsim tum chabo banana shim truina hai arsim tum chabo banana shim truina hai abrata abrata abrata. Welcome back to Earth. It might be a little bumpy, but if you pay attention, the jokes are hidden in the bumps. Blah, 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 blah. On a serious note, there was a point in my life, and the divine told me within my mind and my own being, said things only go up from here. If they don't plateau out and get okay, just be okay, then they get better. But we don't go downhill anymore. We don't go back no more. We don't do that stuff no more. I said, okay. So I hope you're having a many blessed day. It is an interesting world. But I tell you what, you can craft the future you want. And think about that Olympic gold medalist. And in my mind, I go to everybody who went and, trained for 4+ years of their life to compete in anything. That's a lot of effort and dedication. But that person who won that gold, they pushed themselves harder. They reached for more. They didn't pay attention to the things around them. The reason why they got that gold medal on the, just pure work and effort and all that good stuff is because likely, just in my own mind, they gave that more priority. They didn't have other matters or things going in life, and they put that as their foremost goal. That was everything. That was everything. And I'm not saying it wasn't for the others, but they always go to their own pull. They're going to pull something extra out. And what I've found is if I'm spending energy on this project, then that's energy I can't spend in this direction. So depending on where that energy is going, either I got 100% going in this direction or I got a 70-30 split. So, each one's not going to be as productive as obviously it could be at its max. Well, what I'm saying all this for is your very life. It's your life. It's your life and the resonating of what you desire and your ability to be resilient and say, that's what I want. I'm going after it again today.
I didn't get it yesterday. Guess what? I'm working towards it today. I know I'm not going to get it today, but I'm working towards it. And every single day is that dedication, is that destination of the heart's home of the heart, right? Finding where the heart belongs. That's everything. If that brings in the stability and all that other good stuff. Yesterday, I felt my eyelids tired. They were tired. People have been asking me if I've been getting much sleep, and I went to bed a little early in the 4 o'clock hour. Yeah, in the 4 o'clock p.m. p.m. Obviously not a.m. We were live at 4 a.m. So that was nice to be able to get. A lot of us push ourselves because we want to create something physical in this world. We know that our physical labor is going to gain something that we want in this world. Though the time that we sleep is very important, 8 hours, as close as one can get to that. Too much more is just a little too much, but that 8 hours really helps the body come back and do a lot more. But it's not just the body that's able to be rejuvenated, it was the spirit. What the spirit was able to do on its own time without the control of the human trying to use it. The spirit, our soul, is a resource with a percentage, just like us. Our percentage diminishes the more and more we need sleep. Some people learn how to go. At one point in my life, I was doing 48-hour shifts. I did not have a legitimate job. I was not clocking in anywhere, but my life revolved around 48 time period because of going live and this and that and temple and other things. And so literally I slept once every 48 hours, and that's how my life was for a while. So there's different things that we get into doing to accommodate the immediate short term goals that we're looking for. Though, in the long term of things, that sleep is very much needed so that we can really achieve the long term goals. Because in the short term, we might be able to exhaust ourselves, but in the long term, we can't keep that up. So, there's a difference between immediate and distant. There's a difference, but I was watching a program, and technically it came out years ago, a bunch of years ago, and it was talking about science, and it was talking about the apple falling from the tree, right? And said, well, you drop the apple, it falls from here to there, and that's what its progress is, and then we can calculate. That's how we get to the moon and all this other stuff. This is what the program was bringing out and give nice visuals for it. And then it said, actually, though, we looked at this dynamic at the quantum level, and I can't remember the words, but it showed the picture of the apple and like as an outside view. And then, like inside, was like three spheres, one larger one at the middle, and then two little ones, connected. And, like at the quantum level within the atom, like describing, I don't want to use wrong words or whatever, but describing the quantum state of it. And it was stating that what the energy is actually doing when observed at the quantum level is that like the energy is like slinking along and gaining energy, and then it loses energy, and then like it moves and gains energy like a ball rolling down steps, like gains energy and then stops and then gains energy and keeps going. And so it's not actually fluid. So from our macro world down to the quantum micro world, things change. It's a way of our tuning our focus on something that allows it to change direction. It is our bodies that are truly connected with our environment in so many ways that we can create our future without a money system, without a I have to build this and do that and work for that and get this in order to buy that. Without that, we can bypass that. And that's real. Successful prayer, successful meditation, the communication and receiving back from that communication through and through. There is a successful method to do that. And I'm not going to go on any negative points. You already know about all the distractions and misdirections in the world. That's enough spoken on it. You know that you focused on other things throughout your life. But now you can choose to focus on something different. You can choose to focus on anything you desire to, and that is going to become something manifested in your life. The less complicated the request, the much easier the miracle can happen. The more complicated, well, more time, the more events, the more things have to be arranged, more things have to be done. It's going to take longer. Does anybody want a tarot reading? And last time I asked, I didn't look over TikTok, and if I did, I apologize about that. Boom, boom. Very nice camel. What's up, Jim? Glad to see you. Let's see. Hope you're having a good morning, Jim. I've been having a pretty decent morning so far. We just finished the jam a little bit ago. And we'll get into that a little bit earlier, you know. And sun's starting to pop up now around this time. All right, Shell. Shell. Is it she? Who? I don't know. I'm trying to read the name. She'll bully. She'll boo. 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 I don't know. I can't make it out. I said I see the word she and she'll, and I see boo, and so you gotta let me know what to call you. But sure, I'll do a reading for you. Shelbo Oli. Shelbo Oli. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, let's do a reading. That's what I was feeling. I was feeling like a reading there, little shift in all of that. All right, Shelbo. Let's shuffle these cards for you. So, what's my backstory? How did I come into existence? People like origin stories, don't they? All right, let's see. If I can use, I'm using real details, real facts, obviously. My mom died from, in my viewpoint, the treatments they gave her and not necessarily the illness that she had. I'll leave that one there. And about 10 years later, my two daughters passed away. When my mom passed on, everything ended and a new life began. Look, no card jumped upside down, and this card has not come up lately. And I was just like, you know what? I'll cut the deck again. Or not again, but I'll cut the deck later. And I did look. It was at the top of the deck. I wasn't even looking at it.
That's great. That would be interesting. That's a different way to do it. Okay. Change up. You know why change up is important? Because they keep seeing what's coming. So if you do things backwards a little bit, every now and then, and change your form, and the little things that were coming in as interference can no longer interfere. Whoa, nice. All right, just let me know you're still here, and I will proceed with that reading. I was scrolling up, I was like, what was the name again? The name was, oh, you went somewhere. Man, there's a lot of comments just between shuffling. Thank you for all the comments in there. So nice of all y'all. Shelbo, Shelbo. You still here, Shelbo? Cool. Awesome, awesome. Okay, these cards are for you. Camel, if you're still there, Camel, if you didn't leave yet, the other guy, you don't got to worry about him anymore. Taken care of. All right, proceeding with the reading. Yep, don't got to worry about it no more. Done. Got you taken care of, bro. I saw somebody else's comment, and so I appreciate them making that comment. It was Still Haunted. Boom, thank you, Still Haunted. He's the thought of Camel leaving is giving me anxiety right now, and I was like, what? What's going on? I scrolled up real quick, and boom, I'm good. All right, back to the reading. Blah, 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 blah. Check this out. First card, Master of the Pentacle. Master of the Pentacle. And this brings out a rise in your fortune through the protection of influential people, generally of the other gender. Be aware of that. The next card is Dove. Take a leap of faith. You got some protection out there. You got some help in this world. Take
A leap of faith. You can make some stuff happen. The next card is the Nine of Bells. And the Nine of Bells brings out trading, trips, and unexpected adventures that may bring in extra income. Brilliant and bold allies. Let yourself be seduced by new events, but take appropriate care. Take appropriate care. But again, brilliant and bold allies. So that's re-supported. And then it says, let yourself be seduced by new events. That would be a leap of faith. I mean, come on. In this world, if people still kind of chasing things on that level, like, that's why they keep running into folly. But right now, things are a little bit different. Things are different. So this one card summarize the previous two. I see that as confirmation and affirmation right there. We got one more. Which is the Sun. Says the Sun Child raises both arms, palms open to the sun. The child looks in the yellow gold heaven with a raised head and clear gaze into the aura of the great radiant sun, dancing on a golden bowl in devotion, balancing playfully and easily, striving and even growing towards the sun. Each movement is small. The joy of dancing freely is great. The shining ball rolls gently under both feet on the red floor. In the background is a gray wall. It's overcome. The invisible hides behind. Spirit horses to the left and right support the child's dance and his power animals. And when you don't feel like you're achieving this state of spiritual ecstasy and dancing with the sun and being empowered by your spirit animals, I find this card underneath was actually pretty interesting. It's the last port of the message. It's not something that may be present all the time, but this is something that creeps back up from time to time. And when you get into a difficult situation, suffering and feeling like a victim or devastated, you won't get anywhere feeling like this. Get up, get on with it. You can do it. You can do it. You've done it once, and you can do it again. And that's it. Any questions or comments or anything of the sort?
I'm reading up on the comments, and I'm rather um, positive about this. It's possible. Combination of esoteric beliefs. Absolutely, yes. That's actually a great point. Um, and um, I'm gonna mention this. I'm gonna do this. Why not? Says okay. Why not? Okay. So Camel, I'm gonna make you a moderator, and the only thing I don't tolerate. I don't care if people call me stuff or whatever. I don't mind that insults or whatever. People got to say what they need to say and be heard, validated. They need that. But when people's attacking each other, like in that situation with yourself, when somebody was doing that, that's where I'm like, not. I'm stepping in. I'm not putting somebody on a timeout. They're never gonna have the opportunity to speak. They got to go create another channel name and come back, and I'll do the same thing to the next person who does that kind of thing. And that's 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 my one kind of line. But um, yo, I'm making on what I'm right now is my coffee pot's still out, so I warm up coffee on this. I warm up water on the stove, but I make sure and get to it before it's boiling. Like this morning, I accidentally got to the water and it had started boiling, so I tossed it out because it got to a rapid boil. That's violent energy in my feeling, not in my sensing of energy. It's violent energy, and so I like to catch it. When there's some just some little bubbles on the bottom of the pan, it's warming up, and the water's nice and hot enough already. And I threw in some tea, and I went ahead and sweetened it up this morning. I don't normally sweeten it up, but I decided, I need something to keep some type of energy going. This is a little bit of sugar. Why not? But going back on Camel's comment where he said a combination of esoteric beliefs. Yes. All right. So like, where's that other one? Where'd you go? Oh, you're right there. Okay, so like I got Grimm's fairy tales. I've got an Egyptian oracle system. I've got a Freemasonic book that you're only gonna find in their lodges. I've got it was given to me. I've got Celtic, Irish interest. I love Egyptian, as you can tell. Here we'll do a little turnaround for y'all if you'd like to see the room a little bit. So I don't know how big that camera's going to be, but we're going to try it. So, like, I'm totally into the Egyptian stuff, and yes, combining everything, I got into Indian, like Hindu Indian, and I started learning yantras, learning how to make talismans. And I mean, I had been making talismans already, but I had really learned. So, like, my altar area, so like, we've got essentially like this would be like earth zone right here. This is actually a water filtration system underneath. And let's see, water. And there's this big one up here. It goes down in there. It has that center filter. It goes through a lot, 5 different filtration systems, alkalines it. So water and all that good stuff. So like the earth, and then like down on the bottom, like we come down to the bottom, and there's actually a portal all the way that goes all the way around. And anyways, and
So, if you angle it just right. I got the candle right in there. So, and then up here would be like the boat of Ra, and you would have Tahuti and Mahat, and anyways, heading off. Magic is that your own environment becomes your processing facility. Okay? So anything you can add into the thinking process that will have some sort of like organization, then the chaos no longer can exist. That's what this is all about. This is what this is all about, is replacing the chaos with order. When we can replace the chaos with order, then any moment chaos enters our lives, we know exactly what to do. And guess what? In some particular situations, two of the same things put into the same grouping cancel each other out. Sometimes you need the opposite, and that cancels the effect out. But when it comes to like generational curses, things that have been happening in a family generation over and over and over, and rather than calling it a curse, it's just been a repeated error. That's all. It's a repeated error. So when we learn the correct thing to apply to the situation to either cancel it out, which usually works pretty darn decent, or perhaps it's willing to improve and grow, and we can go on that path. And we can help the situation, we can help the spirit, the soul, we can help the energy. Energy in this world is always moving. If something tries to cause energy to become stilled and to stop, everything listens to it, because you and I are the only ones that can do that. In our mind, we can stop everything. We can go to a point to where we're not worried about anything. We're not planning anything. We're not sad or angry. We can just go to a state of nothingness if we want to in our own minds. And if you can't, well, you can't yet. I like to put the word yet at the end of statements that involve things saying I can't do something. I can't do that yet. I haven't studied enough. I haven't worked with it enough. I haven't learned it enough. They say working with an instrument, 2,000 hours or so, or 10,000 hours, I forget the number. But there's so many thousand hours, so many hours you spend with the instrument, and guess what? It don't matter if you know how to play it or not. It don't matter if you know how to make fucking the sound of A or B or read it or any. None of that matters. Because you just pick it up. Like literally, this flute is broken. Literally, practically, it splice like pretty far down the shaft. That's why I have all this stuff up here. It's not just decoration. It's actually holding the flute together because it's broken. And I don't want to put glue on it because I've done that onto an instrument before. And then the inside isn't smooth because the inside needs to be smooth. If it's not smooth, then it messes up the sound completely. So I'm working with broken instruments here.
I used to have a really good one, and it did not survive the journey. You know, I try to hold on to as much as I can, but there are some situations where holding on to it is not worth the my peace. It's not worth trading my peace for. So and that goes back. I say this often. Um, Learn from all sources, belong to none of them. When you belong to one group, they tell you that, oh, our group is special and there's other people not like us and blah, 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 blah. And there's exclusions that happen. You talk about every other subject, but if you enter a grouping, there's exclusions that wind up happening to you. And I've not agreed with those exclusions in my life. I was in religion for 27 years. Not anymore. Very aware of what those traits and qualities were and are. And I'm like, that's not me. Not into that. Not into that. I wanna I wanna inspire. May your faith increase. If your faith increases, if you believe in yourself, then maybe you'll take a chance on yourself rather than a chance on somebody else. And what if you succeed in one of those chances for yourself? You could change the world. You're like, little old me, how could I change the world? Because the one little good deed you did wasn't just one effect. In this world that we live, every action is a ripple, just like in the great ocean of life. If we drop an action that is sustainable, that ripple can be passed on to the next person, and then they go through that experience, and that ripple goes on, and the next group goes through that experience, and it goes on, and the whole world becomes wiser, not because your name was mentioned in a publication, but because you actually did achieve something that was worth passing on to the rest of the species. And guess what? Animals evolve. We got proof of it. They get this, they get that because of their environment, right? Yeah, they do. And what about humans? Do you really think that it takes a freaking TV or a book to be read to update the species? Come on, we're a species too. And in our base form of being, we are animalistic. So I did say base form. We can grow beyond that. We can grow much beyond that. And the only way to do that, what I took for my journey, was I read a scripture in that old book, and it said, love believes all things. Love believes all things. 4 words and a period. That's it. And I said, ooh, well, they're not doing that. I'll do it. Okay. So I started doing it. And in believing everything, I found what really hurts me and I found what really helps me. Hmm? Interesting. Because before, everything that I have learned that hurts me, they were trying to keep me isolated in their thinking, in their way of acting, so that I wouldn't heal myself. Because they couldn't do it. They couldn't heal themselves. But you can. The placebo effect has been proven scientifically true over and over and over and over, to where it is in every study that involves somebody taking something to get better.
The placebo effect is so powerful that if you realize that you could create the placebo effect for yourself, everybody who is making a dime on your illness now is going to lose. Because you're at peace, that allows you to be calm, which allows your soul, your spirit, to heal your physical body, because it wasn't wasting time on mental and other thoughts of, ooh, he did that, she said this, ouch, ooh, bah, bah. You actually can create what you need. Healing for your body, and then once that's done, healing for the world, for our neighbors, miracles. To change the future is the whole meaning of magic. If you want to go from initiate to professional psychic, it's not about making a dollar. It has nothing to do with making people with other interests made it about money. It's it's tied to money for their own interest. It has no roots in money. That's not what magic about is about. It's about changing thy future. And you have the power to do that. They wanted to say one man is going to come save you. And then they took up the seat and the podium. Oh, wait, he wouldn't care to stand much on a podium. They took up the seat that he would have been sitting in. They did. Mm-hmm. And they say, you just wait. He'll show up one day. He'll show up and save you. But until then, we'll explain the same book to you from the moment you're born to the moment you die. Could you imagine every college and university in the whole world only had one book that they taught? Only one book. No, it doesn't matter. No, the whole library, all just copies of the same book. Everybody could check out the same book at once. It's okay. 4 million copies. Everybody could get the same book. We'll learn it from the beginning to the end. That's what you're going to pay for, and that's what you're going to die with, and woohoo. You didn't get it yet? We'll teach it to you again next year. Stop. Really? Really? Yeah. Charlatans. That's what I call charlatans with tricks and gimmicks. But real magic allows you to change your destiny. So if you want to learn it, the availability is there, the time is ripe. If you really want some books to connect with and really get some solid information out of, you can send me an email. I have my own book that I've written. It is published, but I have some other books that are very fundamental at somebody just starting out their path. Solid, it's the Google books, and so I could just share a link with you, and you can download it. Easy as that. I decided to exit the normal way of living life, paying bills, doing those things. What I read was money is the root of all evil. All right, root. I don't know about you, but if I ever go out pulling some weeds or some thing I don't want, I'm gonna dig that mug out. I'm gonna get it from the roots. Because if I don't, it's gonna grow back. So I put money last. Money last on my things I need,
I need food. I need this. I need stuff to survive. The money, that stuff could go come from anybody's hands. It could come from any place. I have been walking on the side of the street and walked up on 20 plus bucks sitting there in front of me, $20 bill and a bunch of ones just flapping in there. And at the time, I was smoking cigarettes, and I was like, there's cigarettes on the side of the road too. I said, damn, tossed out money and cigarettes. Thank you. I had nothing. I was able to go into the dollar store, get something to eat, smoke a cigarette. Man, I was feeling pretty darn good. And when I walked out the Dollar's General store, I wasn't trying to get a ride either. When I walked out the Dollar General store, somebody had seen me and decided to pick me up. Literally, like I crossed the street. They pulled over on the side of the street and picked me up. I did not flag them over to get a ride. And if I would have kept walking, they would have went straight. I would have been to the right. It would have been a complete miss. I told them where I was trying to get going, and they said, "Well, you were a little bit in the wrong direction." And they drove me everywhere where I needed to go. And then they drop me off. They say, "Oh, be that way. You just keep following this road. You'll be good." And practically hit it right up that way. I was like, great. One great thing turned into another great thing. It can happen out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. In real miracle manifestation, there is energy in the atmosphere. And when we give it our attention, it collapses the energy into a density that creates a localized event. This event can happen like a coincidence, something dropping, breaking, going boom, crash, bang, tick tock, whatever. Okay. We are literal magicians walking in the environment, and we are doing things and having an effect with it. And I've been observing this since a very early age, and I tried to explain it, and nobody understood me for I don't know I don't know how many years. Yeah, I would be wrong if I tried to add it up, but I don't know. But I tried to explain it, and nobody would get it. Maybe one person got a smidget of it, but then they went somewhere completely else with it. I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. No. So I've had some experiences, and I'm like, I'm not exactly trying to explain myself to everybody because I know I'm going to fail. I know it's a failure from the start. Okay. If I know that something's a failure from the start, I'm not playing. I'm not working on it. I'm not starting it. It's a failed project. It's going to have failure. I don't aim for failure. I aim for success. So I'm walking away from an obvious failure, but your focus of attention takes the free energy and allows it to collapse close enough to where whatever is in the environment that can actually be affected by that energy, whatever's in the environment that's actually resonated with the same energy, with the same coherence, okay? It's, oh, that's the echo. That action is the echo of what you just did. And I said that in the crow. Did his thing, man. And that's our reality. That's how fast this stuff works. I got to a certain point in my life where I could not ignore the results that I was experiencing. And I could not
waste time trying to teach anybody. I just had to live what I knew was real. I had to live according to the truth. If I'm in a place where everybody lies, guess what? I'm the odd man out because I'm going to tell the truth. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to participate in the lie. I'm not going to sit there and listen to somebody telling me a story about somebody in the same fucking house. I'm going to say, you can leave. I'll listen to the person who it happened to. I'm not that. I used to sit there and be nice, just to be the nice guy. But now, no. No, there are things that are unacceptable for my morality of life. And that means that the reactions that I experience from others is proven the course correct. Because the course said, be no part of the world. And if I wanted to be part of the world, I'd be doing what everybody tells me to do so that I'd fit in and look like they look and sound like they sound and lie like they lie. Don't compromise. That's what they did. They compromised their own integrity. And the moment they did that, their heart got bricks on it. And everything I know is that my heart should be lighter than a feather. I should not have a worry of concern on my heart for anything. And if I do, I better go clean that off. However, I need to clean that worry or anxiety, that worry. I get rid of that. Whatever it's attached to, I don't need it no more. I don't mess with that. I don't go back to that. I don't repeat with that. I don't. Not me. I learned my lesson. I learned to value my happiness. Other people, they learn to value their anger, their anxiety. They are wed to their ire. Not me. I could walk away from that anytime. Well, what was it? A house, a car, a person, a thing, clothes. You could have it all. Do you want some of my blood? That gonna make things better too? Oh, you want me around for a slave? Well, that's where we going across. Ain't going. That's just not gonna work. Neither one of us are gonna get what we want in that day. I'll guarantee that much. Because I can still return to my peace and not have what I want. You can't. I know that much. I've learned a few things in this world, and it was not easy because, like many people, I've had in my past a very thick skull, and for good reason. For good reason. But as much bad as it kept out, there was some good that was missed as well. That's for sure. You always have the ability to readjust, and that's what allows you to change. And that's what's going to set you apart from anybody else because they can't change. They don't know how to do it. If they go through a change, their emotional world gets flipped upside down. They're arguing with them. They're arguing with them. They're arguing. They don't know how to go through transformation peacefully. I don't know how to do that. not normally. Because those that do, they went through the ringer enough to where they don't want to go through it again. They don't ever want to deal with that again. So they learned something else, did something else. Oh, no, these are so good. Well, thanks, though. Thanks, Em. I appreciate that. That's cool. Yo, cool, Kevo. I'm part Irish. There's a little bit of Irish that I read. I think it's either Irish or Celtic, and I apologize. I might have a little of each actually. I think I got a little of each. Um, but if I'm not mistaken, I think it's I could be wrong, but I think it's an Irish blessing against the evil eye, and that's cool. That's cool. My thighs aren't thick. I don't have thick thighs. But I'll tell you what, man. There was this one part. I was younger. It was years ago, and my thighs. There's like this bump on my thigh, and I was like, I had noticed it for like the first time, and I'm like, I don't know. That's like that doesn't look right. Anyways, yeah, I didn't feel nothing wrong or anything, and like, and then one day I look at my legs, like I stretch my legs out, and I'm like, and I'm looking, and I'm like, oh, that's fucking muscle. Oh shit. I didn't realize so much muscle I had in my legs. I was like, crikey. There was this thing I did for a while, and I said, if I don't look in a mirror, if I don't look in any mirror for 1 year, for 12 months of my life, will I recognize how, like, I'm curious how I'll see myself after that time. You know, like, well, I wound up going about a year and a half or more or less, somewhere around there. I went longer than a year and without looking and seeing myself in the mirror. And I don't know, man. Changes. I don't know. Just changes easy after that. I don't know. I always feel who I was. You know what I see myself as? I don't have the picture anymore, but there was this shirt I had. It was a white T-shirt, and it was Ninja Turtles,
and it was Leonardo on it. There was Leonardo, and he had he had his two swords, and he had a couple pieces on them or something. It's the Ninja Turtles on it, and I had this particular haircut and stuff, and that's who I see myself as all the time. All the time. I've never changed my perspective of who I see myself as. I'm that little kiddo right there. That's me. Boom. That's who I am. And this whole world, because from a little age I was told be no part of the world, well then I'm not trying to be like the world. I see some things I like, so I want to copy some things, but that doesn't mean that I'm those things, you know what I'm those people, you know what I'm saying? Doesn't mean I'm that group. I just like that aspect. So I added it, like I like that image. So I added that picture on my wall. That's a big deal. And so but I've never focused on follow what everybody else wants. I was told to do something. I read for my own eyes to do something else. I read the instructions in life and I applied them. That's why I am who I am. I could fit in anywhere. I was a Jehovah's Witness because my mom wanted to be a Jehovah's Witness. If it wasn't for my mom, I'd screw that. And when she passed on, wasn't long, and I was like, screw that. I ain't going back. Done. Within 6 months' time, I would say closer to 4 months' time, but definitely like 4 or 5 months' time within that time. And I was done. I was done with that place. And I found that connecting with the heart is the most important thing. It's the most valuable thing. It's the most real thing. Because connecting with heart is different than just like some self-interest or something. Connecting with heart can allow miracles to happen and all sorts of great things to happen. Oh, cool. Thank you. Thanks. I appreciate the comments there. Boom. In my life, that's all I learned to be. I don't know how to act. What I have learned is that if I try to act or do something that's not me, then guess what? I'm stuttering, I'm bumping, oops, huh, um, mm, bump, crash, mess this up. And I learned it in dancing. Now, look, I, I can't just set y'all down like that. I had to do something there. Let me put y'all back where y'all supposed to go. So, actually, yeah, y'all are supposed to go up there. There you go. And
So I want to take you way, 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 way back. So when I was younger, I would, when I'd feel nervous in public or someone is around or something, like what I would do is I would start dancing. And the reason why I started dancing is because number one, I felt nervous because people were looking at me. Okay. So if I start dancing, well, then they have a reason to look at me. Then them looking at me is nothing weird to me. So I just started dancing whenever I felt nervous in any public setting. Not like crazy dancing, but just I'm making my own music, bro. I mean, like, come on, like. so so I just started dancing and stuff, and then eventually they stopped looking or whatever. I'd be fine. It turned in over time to where it just made me. I'm happy to dance when music's flowing. I enjoy doing that. And just anywhere. I don't care where it is. I don't need a dance floor. I don't need flashing lights. We're at the supermarket. There's a good song on. I'm gonna fucking dance as I go down shopping. I'll grab that bag of chips or whatever I'm getting. You know what I'm saying? Like screw. Let's have a good time. I ain't no square and I ain't no stiff. That's I hope you understand that much about me. I mean, whatever other ideas you have, it's fine, but I hope you understand what I'm not. Shit. And so what I started doing over time is I'd be doing these dances just spontaneously, seemingly, and I'd pick up a new move and I'd be like, wait, that's kind of cool. Oh, I like that. And then I'd be like, and I'd be trying to repeat a sequence of dance moves. And the moment that I started consciously becoming aware of my dancing and trying to control it, I felt rigid. I felt out of sync. I felt not natural. It doesn't work. It doesn't look good. It doesn't feel good. I don't want to keep dancing like that. So I learned that aspect of myself in dancing. Like when you're in the flow, there's no control. There's guidance, you can maybe kind of guide your way down that flow, but man, once you into flow, there ain't much control. You just on the go. I mean, that's just what you know. And you're doing it. It's automatic. It was the preparation that allowed you to be in the flow in the first place because you're automatically responding to these spiritual and real world things. That's what's happening. You're a powerful individual in your mind. The more I was saying it earlier, the more you focus, the more you can create it. But really being in that flow, it's the preparation that allowed you to really have the experience and make the decisions and do what you need to do and just go with it. Beavers, humans, there's other species in the world that like to create dams so that they can create their own environment where they are and not be traveling around seeking for their environment. Okay? There's different ways of living, but as long as love and the innocence of one's heart is at the top of the charts, everything made is going to work out. Everything's going to be a good outcome. When there's greed, when there's the human traits of those erroneous ways of selfishness and those seven deadly traits, when those are present, death of something happens. The end of something happens. Pay attention when endings occur.
when one door opens, another door is going to open. And in my experience at this point, it just starts out with one other door opening. But down the road, one door closes and doop, 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 many doors open. Which one would you like to walk through? That one looks, yes, I'm going there. Thanks for the options. Well, it's only because of all the good you done in the past. If you didn't do all that good stuff in the past, these options wouldn't be there. You'd be stuck with one door. So depending on what you do with your life brings future opportunities. You could read it in a book. You could study it somewhere. You could not believe me, or you could. But those downloads, you don't need to get them in a book. You can get them straight to your heart. You feel it, you know it, you live with it. The only reason why you don't believe it is because you haven't accepted the realities that have already happened to you. You asked somebody else their opinion, and they said, I don't believe. And you said, well, on the testimony of another accountant, I will not believe, even though it happened and I saw it. This world takes your vigilance to stay in your own focus. Maybe your focus is comedy. Maybe that's what you do. Maybe you laugh at everything. Maybe you turn everything into a joke. You're the dude that's needed for that. At one point, I was the dude who killed everything. I'd walk in, everybody'd be laughing at a joke. I'd say something, and everybody would immediately stop laughing. They'd be like, you killed it. I mean, by the end of the school year, they should have called me killer. All the jokes I killed. But I didn't get their humor. I didn't understand their minds because they're working with deception, tricks, lies, selfishness, and they're all aware that this is how they interact with life. And I walk up with an honest heart and an honest tongue. And my sword came in, and I didn't even know what I did. But the truth said it's all crap. And that made it not funny anymore. I knew what I was doing without knowing what I was doing. And that's why you should always trust yourself. Whoever it is you're supposed to be, that's who you are. Trust and know that the Divine Mother and the Divine Father are with you. You are exactly where you're meant to be. And as soon as you learn your lesson, and I'll tell you here's a big secret. It's a real big secret. You ain't gonna read in any dumb book. Maybe a really smart book, but it's gonna look like a dumb book. You're gonna overlook it. If you want to leave where you currently reside, you must find something to be grateful about it. You must find something to appreciate about it, truly to your core. Because until you do, you will not be permitted to leave. This world, there are greater energies that govern the land beyond men. And that is what keeps a person in a one location. We must appreciate something. Truly to our heart and take that piece of gold with us. That's a real thing.
Dylan, man, I'm doing pretty groovy. Thanks for asking. Today's been a pretty nice day, and looking forward to well another good day as usual. And got some food to munch down. Got some good tea, and good vibes today. Most definite good vibes today. I will say that. Oh, I was looking at the comments, and Camel Nectar was somebody was shooting some negatory comments their way. So I just wanted to make sure that they weren't in the future. If that was happening again and I wasn't paying attention, you could just nip that in the butt. And that's the one thing to look out for. That's it right there. Everything else, don't worry about it. Everything else, it's okay. If I need to do it, I will or whatever. Yeah. And thank you for shaking for everything you're sharing. Right on point. Right on point. I need to point or repeat that stuff. Um, cool, cool, cool. Well, what I would like to share with Sean Hip, if you're still here, um, the primary reason why I made people moderators, I did not make anybody a moderator for was it nearly a month or so. I believe zero moderators as far as YouTube goes. And then there was a particular time, I give my email out plenty. And then there was a particular time somebody emailed me and they said that they had given me a compliment in the chat, but that they were quickly attacked by other people in the chat log. And that's where my line is crossed. I don't mind so much the negative comments of me. I get it. We got one guy and he's like, I'm a bully or not a bully. He didn't say bully. He said I'm a troll. I'm a troll. And I was like, oh, because I was wondering about the comments he was leaving. I'm like, is this a good guy or a bad guy? And I was like, well, you could tell me what you are. Stick around. I'm okay with you. You're good. Whatever. At least I know what you're doing. At least I can understand all of your comments. At least I get it. Well, at least we speak the same language. It's when somebody tells me, "Hey, I'm your buddy," but then they're secretly my greatest troll. Like, what the fuck's going on? That kind of shit. When I discovered that shit, that's the shit I get out of my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I could work with darn near anything and anyone if they can be honest about that, about who they are. Because then we're going to see facts and what I can't do, they can do, and I won't expect them to do something they can't do. If there's somebody else, you think there's somebody else. Like if you thought they were a doctor because they're wearing a white coat, and you run to them, hey, help me! I ran across town because I knew you're here. I see you every day. You're always here. You're the doctor. You're gonna save my life. Nah, I got this jacket for free, man. It was a gift last month. Fuck. Blah. Like, come on. So that's stupid. That would be
real, serious, legitimate stupidity. Like, come on now. Anyways. When I was younger, I had so many thoughts about the world, but I did not fact check anything. I just went with it. And over my years, I figured out, oh, that's what's screwing me up because I'm working with false information. It was an idea I had, not the truth. So let me compare my idea to the truth. Let me compare my experience to the world. Huh? Now I can start to see different things. I can accept things that are real and that have happened. I do not need somebody else to verify what I know I saw or didn't see. Got a pretty powerful noggin. I mean, it is your greatest asset. Behave. Tongue is powerful. The greatest instrument. I read this one book. Gosh, I don't remember who the author or whatnot, but it comes with the audio as well. And he has taught professionals. He's helped professionals how to sing or fix their voices or come back from illnesses or with their throat or something for vocal for singing. And I mean, after reading what he put out, I mean, truly, every single one of us, we possess the most expensive instrument in all of creation. We are an organic instrument, and we can create the sounds and tunes that harmonize a benefit to our bodies. This is massively powerful. Or we can use sound that's going to disrupt our lives and create chaos and disharmony. Remember, it is order and chaos. It is chaos that is in the world. And as we learn how to become the Jerd, the pillar of stability, that Jardi can move into chaos and bring order to chaos. It can stabilize it. This is that reality of the obelisk because that became a talisman. Every aspect, every person that came forth, the ceremonies that they would have had present at that piece every single day, and when it was created and put up and established, the amount of resonance throughout making it that it's connecting with the ground, they would have channeled and focused energy into that point so that all of their goodwill could stabilize the chaos in the environment. But nowadays, we look at an obelisk and we say, well, we don't know why, they took it from Egypt and put it over there. And now, it's part of their architecture and that's just what they do. Oh, they must be some secret society or some secret setup. There's reasons. There was a reason why they put so much effort so many thousands of years ago into using solid stone for their temple construction. There's a reason why they did things the way they did them. And I see the way people live today. And my mind goes back. I'm going to keep bringing it up. Be no part of world. So if I want to learn what the past was, what the real is, what heaven's about, then I can't be following whatever the modern woo-hoo give me I want is in this world. I have to be interested in divine matters. I have to be interested on wherever the divine of my heart is guiding me to be.
And I'm not saying not to have anything. Look, right here in front of me, you see it in the mirror a little bit maybe. I got my TV, I got a PlayStation 4, I got a laptop, heck, I got a surround sound system with Bose speakers, and it's not the receiver that would make a difference, but but I've got some modern amenities. Don't get me wrong. I got things that are gonna fill my time. Guess what? I can have absolutely nothing to do. The spirit could walk up to me. Well, they wouldn't walk up to me. Maybe they could. They do, in other people's bodies. The spirit could tell me within my mind, "Hey, bro, you ain't got nothing to do. Take a take a Sabbath. Take an extended siesta for a week. You good? You're good. Don't worry about it." They do that to me sometimes. I'm like, all right, cool. So I get to do whatever I want to do. Of course, of who I am, respectfully, in safe bounds. I'm not gonna go crazy or nothing. I'm not gonna go have some spontaneous party or nothing. I mean, but but I have entertainment. I've got my movies, I got my games, I got my books, I got my studies. I can look up some more mantra. I'll do this, do that, whatever. I have what I need in a moment of nothing else to do. I have what I need to keep myself entertained, and I'm pretty satisfied with what I've got. And and the universe has been pretty kind and helped me out a little thing here and a little thing there along the way. But pretty content with what I got. What I got a couple little things. Whatever. Yeah, I'm happy. It's fine. It's good. I don't need to get any extra stuff. So, boom. That contentedness, the ability to be realistic, to know what is available to your fingertips to utilize. There's been times I've wandered the streets. I mean, I did not technically wander the streets. I slept outside the basement front steps, outside basement front step entrance, like, of a church, and I hung out there when they were giving free food. And then when I wake up from there, I'd walk across town to the Hindu temple. I stay at the Hindu temple all day long, and then I walk back to the church at night to sleep down at the basement front entrance outside. gotta be gotta be clear on that. It was just, I get my stuff and I not leave stuff behind and whatnot, and so I had my stuff in storage or whatever, and always have it available, and that's okay. I may do. If there's somewhere I'm going to be, I ain't got nowhere else to go. I'm gonna go to a temple. I'm gonna find me a temple. I'm gonna go hang out at a temple for as many hours as they're open. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. I mean, because they've been the closest ones to doing what I've been into that I could find normally out in the world. Everybody else is into parties or this or that. I'm about raising the spirit of, the energy of the divine and spirit. I know that's going on at a temple. I know that much. Everywhere else, I don't know. They up to something. But be real with your circumstances. Learning to be content with what you have and knowing that the situation that you're in, it's not going to last forever. How many people are in a situation they say, "Man, I don't want to you, I don't want to," but then they stay in that situation every single day. But you have the ability to leave if you wanted to, but you choose to stay. Well, then that's not my responsibility anymore. That's their choice. But when I say to myself, I'm not going to be here forever, I already have it in my heart by saying those words that I'm working on a plane to move my feet up away.
and I'm going to keep working on that plan. I'm going to keep plugging away on it every single day. I'm going to make progress, even if it doesn't look like I made progress. I'm going to do something progressive on that path because I've already limited my time in this location. And at each juncture of my life, I've been able to do that. So my mind, my words are reinforcing the fact that yes, I am working on a plan and I am utilizing action to make progress with that plan. Both of them, yes. And if my words go against my actions, I'm a fucking hypocrite. There's no way that's going to happen. Nope, nope, no. No, no, I'm not. That's one thing I'm not. You could call me lots of things. That's one thing. Nope, nope. I can't live with words not lining up with what I do because then I got to figure out why aren't my words matching my actions? What's going on? Whose influence am I following? Who got in my mind? Is there some divine, some netherworld spirit? What the heck's going on? Because whatever's got in my influence isn't my heart. Live one vibrational energy, and you will know who you are, and you will know when you are being influenced by other entities, physical or not. It's a very, 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 very mean world out there. But I'm not saying that to scare you or to cause fear. I'm saying that so you will be cautious, yet take advantage, be advantageous when you see those options in life open up. Because they don't open up for long. Those little windows to get out of Dodge, they don't open up for long. They open up, you make your move, you're gone. That's why everybody else stuck there. They kept trying to say, I'm gonna leave, 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 and they never did anything. They never did planning, they never did work, they never waited, they never paid attention. So they never knew there was a sweet spot of when to leave. I figured it out. I figured out why people hold on to another friend well past the sweet spot of friendship or positive camaraderie because they hope and they long for resolution so that the old time can happen yet again. The event created is a new future. That new future is not the old past. One door closes, one, if not other doors, open. This is how we are able to go on a shamanic journey without going homeless per se. Look, out of, I'm not kidding and I'm not exaggerating, out of 13 years of traveling on my shamanic journey. Okay, in the beginning, I lived in the woods for like 2 months. All right, I did. I lived in the woods for like 2 months. Oh, big whoop, whatever. Or 2.5. Okay, whatever. It's long enough. Not a year. Anyways, it's longer than that. It doesn't matter. I lived long enough. I lived in the woods for a little bit. That was cool. And then for about I guess 12 years total, I moved from place to place to place to place to place. And it was the shamanic journey and the route how it went. When I got some idea in my head that it was time to leave, like the spirit's aware of it, the world's aware, however things are working. And then one day
boom, I have an option to move somewhere. The door gets open. I'm like, whoa, great. Hey, great. See, I closed the door to where I was, and I opened the door to the next place. I figured out how to do it. I figured out how to let go and say, it's not just I'm gonna close that door altogether. I'm done. I'm done with that one. I learned my lesson. Learned what I needed there. Let's go to the next one. And from each place, because if I didn't do that, I'd still be back all the way where I started down south. But I ain't down south. I moved up that way. I moved down that way. I moved over back that way. I'm not stuck in one place. And my real days, I spent about 3 months sleeping outside of a church and going to a Hindu temple every day. And I didn't have the YouTube and all this available at that particular time, in this circumstance and everything, though I was going to temple, and like I spent the first 2 hours of the broadcast at 4 a.m. We're live. I'm trying to get to 3, but right now we're live at 4. And but I spent go over that ceremony for 2 hours of reading. Well, I was essentially doing that. Yeah, it's closer to like hour and a half, just 2 hours depending. And but I was going over that every single day at the Hindu temple. That's what I was going on over there, and that was a jam. That was pretty awesome. That was amazing. That was an experience, and they they hear me reading their tongue, their language, and I'm reading blessings in other languages as well, and they can hear me and see me, and they accept it. I've been to a lot of different churches, and I have been judged right out the front door. Temple's a pretty awesome place if you ever get to go to a temple. And believe it or not, there's a good amount in there's probably one where you are. There's probably one where you are. Not too far away. I looked when I was in one place. I looked it up. There's a temple 2 miles from me. I moved to another place. I looked up another temple. It's 2.3 miles from me. Seems like I keep moving within 2 miles of a temple. I like those numbers. My feet can move 2 miles in a day there and back. That's cool. Sheesh, I'm gonna do well more than that. But really, I did not get into lighting candles. I didn't get into incense. I didn't get into the flowers. I didn't get into none of that. Even the bracelets were very few. The necklaces, I don't think so. No, I'm not into necklaces. I, this guy, I'm not into necklaces. I ain't into all of this. I could care less for it. The spirit that spiritual path, the shamanic path, that me, this is like, I know what life is. I know what's going on. If you want to do good in this world, esoteric protection, magical protection is important. That's important. Learning how to know what thoughts are yours versus what thoughts are coming in, that's important. Just because somebody knows how to hear things, man, doesn't always mean that the channel's clean. Doesn't mean that there was no tampering with the information coming in. There's a lot of different possibilities in the spirit realm, just like there are in the human realm. As in heaven, also on earth. As within the mind and the space of thought resonance, so as we create in the world. See, those were directions. Those are directions to tell the truth. That's the way, I don't know, that's my brain's kind of seeing everything through that kind of lens now. Sheesh. Because if it's in the mind and you create it in the world, ain't that because it's in alignment? Lies are not in alignment. Dishonesty and deceit, all of those things are not in alignment. Those are very much belonging to the family of chaos. And while we may be able to utilize chaos to change, cancel, create something better, that's not our primary want to go to. We don't want to. We'd rather use something light and good, truthful and honest, coherent with order. At this point, I'm reminded of my own word, my own acronym for rebel. And rebel is rhetorically erratic behavior, escalating love. Rhetorically erratic behavior, escalating love. Yeah, I keep changing it up, but you know what? Every single time I change it up, I'm technically getting the same result. So I'm coming at it different. Everywhere different. Everywhere, every single time it seems erratic. But doing the same fucking thing, I'm just sending it, it's just showing up a little bit different. It seems erratic. So you can't keep up with it. If people can't keep up with it, they can't see it's really connected. If they can't see it's really connected, all they're doing is being surrounded by all this good stuff happening. Oh, and I'm not saying it's all good for everybody. Sometimes to get to a better place, we got to go through a harder area. My mom did always give this saying to me, it's going to get a lot harder before it ever gets better. So that taught me to work my ass off every single freaking day. If I ain't working my ass off in some way, even if that work is to ignore everything and be at peace, hey, guess what? That counts as working my. Sometimes you need that refresher so you could come back and be happy of who you are. Because if you're not doing good and then you go back to the situation and then you're doing worse, then you just gonna keep getting worse. And for me, I don't like to repeat what I'm doing that doesn't work. If it doesn't work, I don't care to repeat it. I like to go with things that work. I, I, as spiritual and optimistic and all that good stuff I am very much a realist. This is what I have, this is what I can do, this is what I can't do. Those are my limits and those are what I can reach. So if I can't go do that I want to do, well then I'll go work with this that I do have I can do. That leaves again options open. Options. You want options in life. No options, screw. Options, good. Honesty allows options. Deceit, you're closing your options. Why? How? Because you're only creating one outcome. All those lies, all the scheming, all that kind of bad junk for one outcome. You didn't open up many possibilities, you focused on only one. See, the spirit says, just get me to the event. I just need to be at the event. I don't need anything with me. I don't need anything else. I'm already prepared. Just get me to the event. Fine, okay. And so the world and the 3D. Oh, sorry we had a little crash on the way, but you'll be all right. Just take a couple breaths and just walk that way. Your event's right there. And got you there on time. And you walk in, and that's I've said this twice before, and it's real. It's very, very, very real. The reason why you just need to be at the event is the place. The place is being present in the moment wherever you are. If you didn't understand the metaphor of the event, it's where you are, just being present in that moment, wherever, whoever, however that goes. So the universe gets you to the event and you get out And there's all this palpable energy in the atmosphere because of everybody present. The energy is literally it's moving, and I could do this and I could be that, and we could have this, and there's so many things, possibilities, that this energy can collapse into a singular literal physical event and create a change in our future, bringing what we desire. How do we change the future? By changing the moment right now. We saw the pattern of the past. We threw a wrench into the fucking pattern. Hell, we removed a couple dominoes. So all those dominoes that fell, boom! And the event, guess what? All the dominoes that were after the event get to keep standing. We stopped the fucking process of repetition. We stopped the cycle. Boom, we got it away. We canceled it out. Whatever was needed. Because when we were at the event, our soul, our spirit could see and sense and feel all that energy working. And nobody at that event knew how to do anything with the energy. And we decided, we got emotional. This thing happened and that thing happened. Boom, collapse occurs because the possibility of what you want, of your dreams, of what you asked for months ago, happened to be in that moment. And because you were present, because you were at the event, you utilized the energy and changed not only your future, but made a positive future for as many people possible in that room. That's why. Because you're a freaking genius. You're a genius. And to use that ability to affect a positive change in this world causes the bad, ugly, and chaos to start to be less and less. Everything in this world comes down to a percentage game. All right? If you got the numbers, you get the votes. If you get the votes, what you want happens. That's how it works. From human government, darn, almost touching divine law and order. Damn nearabouts. Divine law and order has its own rules, so that's a whole different ball of game. I said just nearly touching it. Hold on to your hats now. But on Earth, majority vote wins. Every time. And the last time I checked, we had 99% of the population. So 1% that wanted to be different. I mean, it's what just like you just flip it over. It's done. Who's the slave now? It's a good question. Things can change if they are willed to change. Nothing changes if you accept what is happening. If you accept what is happening to you, then you will be continually given that in life. If you do not stand in some stable form day after day after day for what you value, then you will never obtain what you value. And if you happen to have what you value and that's the kind of life you live, you will lose what you value. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. It's not difficult to understand, but it's darn near impossible to embody. What do you need to go through to embody that? Catastrophe? The loss of your own children? The loss of your family? The loss of anybody who
looks at you with a shining, glimmering eye like you're just the star of heaven? Because if that's not what you live in, go chase what your heart desires. I knew for a fact that I couldn't win some old challenges in life that the world had presented to me. But I was aware that I had some pretty darn good odds chasing my dreams. I picked up some things along the way. I paid attention. I didn't get distracted. You know, there's this one thing. There's a lot of things to help me not get distracted on my journey. But for myself, a lot of things that I thought I wanted and I reached for, the universe naturally just closed those doors to me. And I didn't get to experience those things because I was just really, that was just a detriment to my life. It was something as a distraction. It wasn't something of what my heart was actually desiring. That's why your heart is so important. Before anything else, your heart is the key to your eternity. Your heart is the source of where your tree of life truly is fed from. The tree of life, man. That's you. You are the tree of life. Okay, you are the tree of life, and the health of that tree is your heart. Is it gaining? Is it gaining information as knowledge to utilize for your own purpose? Or are you gaining information so that you can support life? Whoa. Supporting life for personal gain. I'd rather support life because guess what? I'm included in the life. I'm included with life. So why would I pick just me? Because I was attached to my instinctive based desires, and I chose that over morality, foundation, and everything that follows with those things. I hope you're having a good morning. And if you're not having a good morning, then I hope your day can be a whole lot better. So
said Joshua Mules said God's not about our dreams. Now, I don't know what you're talking about right off the rip, but I'm going to say where my mind goes. And it's like, talk about God's, not necessarily about dreams. Now, there's an actual interesting correlation here between those two things, in that the construct of a God is an embodiment of a conscious aspect of nature. God is a relatively new term to our language. Its definition included, okay? I use in my ceremonies when I go over my jams the expression Neter nume devakame shernu. Neter is Egyptian. Numen is like Nordic. Is Devi is Hindu. Kami is Japanese. Shin is Chinese. L, of course, I put the Christian in because the seraphim are legit on the explanation of that divine pattern. So I went ahead and included that. And then the U at the end is a plural expression, saying, all of them, all of these conscious reality, because all of those words, essentially, they're going back to literally that meaning. They have a few different words or whatever, but they essentially go back to that meaning, a conscious aspect of nature. Because if we can observe the cycle outside of us, the macro, then we can know the cycle within us, the micro, and then thus the micro can walk within the macro and survive. We can know which cycles, don't mix, and where that needs to go, when it needs to happen, without really kind of knowing. We can learn these things, actually. And these are the constructs of what people term as gods. Now, these structures, these beings, for layman's terms, at the point we'll go ahead and use the term gods. But these gods are not just a one time being that existed in the past. This is who you can literally embody in this lifetime. No, not when you die and after. Well, sure, afterwards, yeah. But I'm talking about being able to embody resonance and energy now. This is why at the Hindu temples and other temples around, you can believe me or not, this is true. It's true. The idol is not just an idol, it's a murti. We make 3D images with 3D printers, even of people. We don't call it an item, we call it a toy or an action figure or a this or a that, okay? They call it a murti. And they were able to save the image of an individual. They were to make a casting of an individual. They made a selfie. And they made it work thousands of years without electricity. Give them some props. Anyways, the individuals who perform the ceremonies, when the shaman initiate knows the divine being, aka God, that they're going to shift into that frequency of being, they take out the morphe and the person goes in that place. The ceremony is performed, and that is actually the sacred formula to create the new resonance of that divine being within a person. It You can't just put anybody there, do the ceremony, and then they're active. It doesn't work like that. Their frequency has to be in tunage, because the ceremony is the next baby step tunage of transformation that the soul needs. It's a path and it's a journey to experience these things. And so really, by becoming divine while you're still in the flesh is very much possible. It's spoken of in ancient accounts. I've lived it myself. I've experienced it myself.
and you can change your own future. You can create your dreams. So gods and dreams kind of go hand in hand in all reality. Great, great comment. Great comment. Even if I didn't nail exactly what you were trying to post up, great comment. So know thyself, put input. God was the creator, right? The gods, or we are in the image of God, and God had a thought, and all was created. So that's imagination. Yeah, I love that. Exactly. And that's right in line with how I think. Like we're creators. Creators, our designers, our mother and father were creators, and so like we live because we were designed by creators, so then we create. That's our whole purpose. And the psyche is such the powerful point, because one can focus on an imagination so much that the possibilities in nature collapse to have an actual event that creates it. Yes. Love it. Love it. Okay. Uh, Nelson, if you're, I hope you're still here. Nelson said, "How can we love people who we hated?" All right. How can we love people who we hated? I have an acronym that I made up for the word hate, which translates, I'll say it twice, healing all the endeared. Like an endeared one, someone who's dear to you. Healing all the endeared. Now, generally speaking, in order to hate somebody, you really had to love them or like them to some degree. A friend, a neighbor, you talked to them, you got to know them, y'all had some good times together. Something happened, the event created the hate. How can I love that person? By walking away from their life. How is that love? Because if I stayed around, I was going to create a problem. And by me not being there, I'm not creating a problem. Now, if they are entertaining a problem, past, present, or future, that's on them. But I'm not contributing to any more problems being created, so I'm not fucking there. I'm going to let them have peace. I'm going to love them from a distance. That's what I must do. Anything else is not going to produce anything good. There's other circumstances.
Um, there's individuals in this world, and they are completely they're gonna repeat a habit, and that habit will never change. It's always going to happen, and that habit will be increased. Um, if you're noticed to be bothered by it, they will press it more on you and do more things in accordance that are going to help irritate you. Mm. These types of people, whether they're conscious of it or whether they're not. And in my book, for every amount of time that it did, I believe that they weren't conscious. I believe they were doing it by accident. But at this point in my life, I swear to you, by everything that I know, they do it on purpose. They know exactly what they're doing. You know when you're not doing something good. Are you telling me you don't have a compass inside of your chest? Or you just learn how to break that compass so you could lie and cheat and do anything else you want. I know the difference between goddamn right I do. They made me and many other people a fool by saying, "Oh, I didn't know. Oh, I didn't know." Shit, the only there is get the fuck away from that. They got another mom and dad. They got another mom and dad. They ain't my family. I'm concerned about my family. I don't care about anybody else's family. I want to find people with a good heart and a loving heart and motivate and encourage as much as I can. I want to do the good thing at every turn. I don't want to do no harm to nobody. I don't want to do no bad. And if I can't create good, then I'm just going to do what I do. If somebody comes on and they're just doing bad, 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 well, I'm gonna get that out or move on from it, one or the other. My divine father and my divine mother, they've taught me a couple different tactics. They said, one, run away from the problem. That's not us. If it's a problem, we didn't send that to you. We didn't do that. If anything, you've learned how to use that problem to your advantage. You've learned how to use that problem as a step up into some other direction of life, whatever. And if need be, you know exactly what to say and where to put your mind and your heart and everything to change your future. I've done it. There's just one time somebody was on their way to me and they were a friend. I only done this once. I never done it afterwards. And they were driving in the rain and they were on a bike, like a vroom vroom bike. And I told them, be careful and take your time. Don't rush. Don't rush. Take your time. The person, I wound up saying a blessing. I said a blessing that day, or that moment that I knew he was on the way. I said the blessing for him, not for me. I said my heart was sending the blessing for him. He winds up calling me. I get really frustrated. Something happened to me, and something happened to him practically in that same moment. Something happened, something caused that. What was it? He decided to take a shortcut through a parking lot, and somebody pulled out at the stop sign and hit him because he was trying to get to me faster. He that night we were talking, and I mean, he he was he got crazy upset, and it was the last time we ever talked. I, I could imagine after that conversation if he would have made it to my place
that was, he would have been stuck there. He would have probably stayed there for the night, would have trashed. I wouldn't have been able to control it. He would have lost shit, and the universe stopped the bad from even reaching me, even though his intentions were good, even though my intentions were good, even though all of that was good. Actually, it was a boiling pot for bad. And the universe said, no. Close that door real quick. I'm I know how to protect myself by accident. That's how good mom and dad taught me to be. That's why he said, man, Neil, when you know you won't need to dodge a bullet. The movies took a different turn, but the way I see it is when you know how to do what you do, that person with the gun that had the bullet, they ain't even you and them. You're not even gonna show up in the same space. That's why that's why you ain't gonna need to dodge it. You ain't even worried about it. It ain't won't be there. He took another path in the day. You already saw that shit happen. Yeah, I know that alley. I'm not going down there. I'll go this way where the lights are bright and everybody can see everything clear as day. Sheesh. Correct. Yeah, the war within will create the war outside. That is a fact. That is a fact. And I don't know. I guess today just wants it to just seem to be in there. But a house divided upon itself, it cannot stand, man. If you got chaos within, then there's other stuff going on. And it is truly what we choose to surround ourselves with every single day. And this is what I've been doing with my life. Like on my own spiritual journey, I've I got to a certain point where I understood that at every old temple in the old days when it happened, there was the female was present and the male was present. It takes two individuals to resonate true divine presence on this planet. It takes two people to truly embody that and balance that resonance. And I knew that that was the next point, the next thing that I was, man, that's powerful. And the spirit, the divines, they sent me on this multi-year long journey, multiple states of travel, multiple places of staying, different people, different backgrounds, from different places in the world, getting to know different customs and just having an experience. And all of these experiences, there was this one location, and it seemed like I moved into what would have been like if my aunt, because my family, they after my mom died, everybody pretty much disowned me. Nobody wanted to have anything to do with me, and I was the spawn of my mom. And my mom, she conquered everything before her. Everybody lost when my mom walked into the room, and I was her. I knew how to, and they didn't want me there, so they nipped me out before I could even stick in. And as soon as she was gone, and and throughout my journey in that particular place, I was able to live at one place, and the lady just from I did say this to her, but I didn't make anything weird or whatever. But I was like, she seemed like one of my aunts. Like if I maybe my aunt, one of my aunts took me in, and I got to stay with my aunt, and it was like that kind of life that I got to live for a while, and then I got to stay like with someone who was more like my dad, and then
I was like, oh, I literally got to see where that route was gonna go. Like, if I really got a chance to live that out and have it all go down, like, I got that chance. I mean, like, the dude in particular, this was in another state than where I am now, but the dude in particular, he he was on legitimate drugs. I don't mess with that stuff. Never been into it, not into it. Dude was on, I'm not even gonna say the comments he made because I can't even remember the names of the stuff he was talking about. I don't mess with that stuff. But he was on that side of things while my actual dad was a Jehovah's Witness, wouldn't even smoke a cigarette, has half a beer, starts to get a freaking buzz and goes, "Ugh, I gotta shake it off." Like, okay, so totally on those two spectrums, they were different dudes, you know. So we could like, you know, at least I could smoke some weed in my cigarettes, you know, in the place, and he was cool with it, you know, like that. Yeah, bro. But he was into westerns like my dad. He listened to the same old kind of rock music like my dad. You know, kind of same attitudes like my. Oh, this just everything else matched my dad, and so he even kind of picked up some of the spiritual stuff, and it was great. But you know what? If I got that opportunity, I saw where it's gonna go. It's gonna go into the shitter. So, you know, I've got to live what I thought could have been options for me to pursue in life. That's what the journey did for me. That's what the spiritual did for me. But it gave me those experiences with a stranger. And because it was with a stranger, there wasn't all that family, all this, I don't like you about that, whatever the case. The relationship could happen organically. And see, this is something to be aware of. This is something that is I am always aware of in my mind is that now commitments and all that, that's a different ball of wax. But friendships, when we're just talking about friendships, okay, there's an expiration time on it. Now let me explain. I know I have certain phases. There's the portion where we're going to tap each other out. Now, what I mean by that is nothing physical, but we're going to share information that we're both aware of, and we're going to keep doing this until we tap each other out of information, until I have nothing more to share, until they have nothing more to share. We're going to tap each other out. Usually, when that happens, then just fun enters, just having fun. We're gonna go do this, we're gonna go do that, we're gonna go do this, we're gonna go do that. Why? Because we tapped each other out of what we know. So there's no real reason to rehash the old stuff. We ain't got nothing new to share with each other. But this is the sweet spot, oh, that I like to look forward towards. It doesn't happen often, but every now and then you can find an individual who you speak with, and you're not just sharing information, but the information you share inspires new thought in them. And they share that new thought, and that new thought inspires new thought in you. And so now you're both resonating fresh new energy, and you're actually receiving from the Akashic Records whatever you wish to know. Whatever your heart, whatever your soul desires the most, that's what you're going to know. But usually, typically, on any friendship, there's an expiration date and things go sour. And I do everything I can to avoid that, including, as mentioned earlier, leaving early. And usually they don't have a reason. I don't give a reason. Just let them know I'm going. That's that. Because if I gave the reason, they're going to try to convince me of something else, which is only going to do what we were talking about earlier, which is just more friction, and that friction is going to turn bad. Because I already know the truth is not what they want to hear. I learned that they valued a lie. That's what changes things is when you discover what somebody values more than everything else, that's when you know the answers they're going to explain everything to their actions. Here's the biggest reality check on that one, real experience. I wondered, I was legitimately saddened and distraught to where I couldn't live with life. I had to smoke weed or else I was angry, raw. Why? For 10 years of my life, from 15 to 27, 12 years or so of my life. Why? Why? Because I asked, why wasn't my dad there? Why didn't my dad do this? Why didn't dad do this? Why wasn't dad there? I had no, and every time I ever tried to ask him, he never answered my fucking questions. Ever. After my mom died, they were divorced since I was 5. So after my mom died, I moved in with my dad. I was with my wife, my 2 daughters at the time. My dad's sober as can be. He's riding lawnmower outside. I went out, we're talking about something or another. I don't know, whatever we're talking about. I went out to ask him or talk to him or something. And he stopped the lawnmower and he said, I don't want a son. He didn't stutter on it. He said, I don't want a son. Clear as day. Not screaming it, not yelling it. Calm. I don't want a son. Well, that answers the 1,000 questions I wanted to ask you. That short truth, he could have told me when I was 15 years old and I would have moved on with my life. But for 10, 12 years of my life, I was in emotional chaos because I did not know he didn't want me. I've looked at a stranger who gave me good advice as God, my Father, showing up. So I could care less. I changed my last name from his. I could care less. The truth is powerful. The truth sets you free. And some people will never tell you the truth. Some people will never tell you the truth. They will never set you free. The only way to be set free is to set yourself free. And the only way to set yourself free is to no longer be interested in them or what they got to offer. It's to be interested in you. Change your interest into somebody else. No longer care about it. So I don't want it. I don't care. Does it got $100 bill on it? I don't give a care. I don't want it. You can dress it up with gold. I don't want it. I don't care. It's energy that is not who I am. Live one vibrational energy that belongs to you. You eat your cake. You got it. You trying to give it to me. Fucking you eat it. You made it. I like pie. Just in case you didn't know. I love pie. Apple pie, pumpkin pie, lemon meringue pie. I love pie. Rhubarb pie, that's my favorite. Rhubarb pie. Gosh dog. First rhubarb pie I ever had. I've only had 2 in my life. The first one I had, I ate the whole thing in one sitting, all to myself. I don't normally eat a whole pie. But that rhubarb pie was so damn delicious. I was just like, I love pie. What's it called? What's that one called? Ooh, I've had that once. And moving up north was really cool because they got all sorts of things they don't have down south food wise. I tell you what, I've tried some things up this way. Yeah, buddy. Sparta. Sparta, dude, what in the utter beep are you supposed to be? Whatever you want me to be. I'm me. I'm me. And Cetra, if you didn't know, Cetra, Set is chaos. Ra at the end is order. You have dark, you have light, and in the middle, the CH is your own chakras. Because when you align your own chi, you will know what to do. You can pull from your dark, you can pull from your light. You know, as you've heard, and I mentioned this earlier, but in some situations, depending on the application, you need the exact same thing to cancel out. The same thing cancels the effect out. So then, well, I must become chaos, and chaos will cancel chaos out. Boom. Good. Now I can return to order and light and good and have my own, pull that right back. Maybe it's the light and the order that brings the peace and the good future. Maybe we need a little mixture and get into the gray zone. We can do that too. A great artist knows how to shade. Shading comes down to your grayscale. You are a magician. You are an electromagnetic being. You were born from a divine father and a divine mother. And you are a creator because they are creators. And that's thus what you are, a creator. Who are you supposed to be? It's a journey to find out. It's a journey to experience rather than to label with a word. But if I had to right now, there was an individual, I did walk into a place and they said I was resonating. They said I looked more so like Nataraja. And Nataraja, if you don't know, is the form of Shiva when he is dancing in his dance form, Nataraja of Shiva. And so that is the divine energy I'm resonating at the moment currently. Um, but the divine energies can shift and do shift depending on what's needed most in the world or what winds up happening. I've been doing this for years, so that shifts and changes. Rang. Why is this called? Great questions. Great questions, by the way. Um, before moving on to that next question, let me hold it here because I'd like to go back and answer that question as well. But wrong. I'd like to go back and talk about chaos canceling chaos. Now I have a word. I mentioned this earlier to people. An acronym for a word. It's an acronym for REBEL. Rhetorically erratic behavior escalating love. Rhetorically erratic behavior escalating love. I can use chaos within somebody's order because their chaos was stemming from one person's influence. The whole system was pretty solid, but one person was creating chaos and hiding it, so the whole place was kind of infested like with a virus. So I'll come in, I'll do what I do, and one way or another, that particular person becomes aware of all the good that I'm doing. Now, I'm not looking for a reward here. I don't care what the money is. I don't care about people's opinions. I'm working here. That person, all of a sudden, they get jealous because they were creating chaos so they could get what they want. But all the good I was inputting meant that favor was going somewhere else. Now they were losing a magical advantage. It was no more than a warlock.
or a witch or somebody working bad shit. And you could be a good warlock, you could be a good witch, but it would be, you know, the bully. I put that kind of person at the not those words, but the bully putting bad stuff in. That individual, that's who I'm looking for. So they catch on to that erratic, crazy crap going on, and they got to make sense of it. So they come in and they actually try to strong arm me. When this happens, a person of my being, I've already lived this in enough situations, everybody in the community is looking at me. Everybody's watching me. They're watching me take a shit. They're watching me go to the bed. They're watching me do sleep. They're watching me 20. They're listening to me and everything. I'm already freaking aware. Okay? I already know. So, when that person, when that bully comes in and strong arms me, everybody sees it. In that moment, the whole community has one or two options. We're going to get involved because this nice little guy ain't going to do nothing to really he's fucked. So either we all show up or the one piece of goodness dies. If they don't show up, I'll do what I need to and get the fuck out of Dodge. But if people show up, I just found a community that values love more than any other quality. And for that, I'll stick around and I'll fight to the last goddamn breath I got of every day I live. Oh my God, to provide goodness and safety and blessings. Are you kidding me? That's a shisha. So that is one way how chaos can come in and cancel out another chaos. Just because it's chaos doesn't mean it's bad. Chaos can be used for bad or good depending on the heart. Why Invisible College? Because there was somebody in the past that should be remembered, and his name was John Dee. John Dee, John Dee, John Dee. Let me just say that he created some work and brought in some spiritual realities into our world. And because of the times and because of what he actually did do, his name could not be mentioned. He couldn't be put with other individuals. It could burn the whole system down, kind of thing. And so there was someone else named Francis Bacon, and he essentially picked up right where John Dee left everything. And they, if I'm not mistaken, they worked together, so forth, so on. There was correspondences. I'll leave it at that rather than what I said. They corresponded, that's for sure. They created a system called an invisible college, which actually goes back to the Sphinx and farther. And this college has spanned countries. This college has spanned empires. It's spanned memory of past empires. And it always survives because it is invisible. It is not something you can tear down with your hands. And back then in those days, they were on the witch hunts, and those were active. And so what they did was they created a system to where if you knew some magical information, you could write a Christian liturgy piece, have it published in the paper, and somebody would read that. And I'd be able to, John Dee would be able, Francis Bacon, certain individuals would be able to read the words that were put together, and they could see they were talking about something else. Now, the rest of the audience, they were reading something that the king said, oh, yes, 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 it's keeping the people in line, it's good stuff. But they were really using these words with different meanings, greater meanings. And so they could see a greater message. So then somebody from this invisible college would come and they would
make contact with an individual who wrote the piece and see if they were worthy. One thing, if possible, if all worked out, next place, next place, next place. And essentially they would be able to be privy to the information, be taught, be get the next phase of information that was being hidden, what is esoteric, what is hidden, what is made secret. And with that is the ability to manifest your own future, a new future. You are not stuck to destiny or fate unless that is what you choose to leave it to. But if you choose to change it, you can. And that means paying attention to your environment, making a change to your behavior, becoming an authoritative figure of your own temple, to become a king of your own temple, not of someone else, but for thyself, that you may make your own sovereign choices and have the liberty in your own being to achieve the success of those results. Mm. And in the past, it had to be invisible. It had to be hidden. And we have been in the dark ages for many years beyond what they just labeled as dark ages. And so now I have the ability to share what I share. And at the beginning, we've been starting at 4 a.m. and I'm aiming to start at 3 a.m. But I go live each and every day and go over those blessings in the morning for 2 consecutive hours. And that's something, whether it was online or in my own personal life, I'd be doing, because I know by reading the ancient tongues, the words of power, I know the meanings behind those words. I know the powers and the energies behind them. And if there's a possibility for a miracle to happen, then they all got to be here, because each one has an ability, and each one of them live within me, and they live within you. They live within each person, because they were an update to who we are in these human bodies. We can access more abilities than just what we've been doing. People want to use this or that or blah, blah, blah. There's all the 3-letter groups, that junk and blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? You're human, you could tap into the telepathic stuff. You got chakras and energies, you can feel things and do things you never knew were possible, because in the past they were hidden from you. But now things seem to be a little different in our day and age. The world seems to have changed somehow, and we're able to talk about these things. 1,000 years ago, I'd be dead. One of these going out, shit, they would have hunted my ass down, and I'll be strung up. That's it. That's it. Gone. So I utilize the rights that are available to us. I read things that a few hundred years ago, 600 years ago, get you killed. But these are divine blessings, bringing order amongst chaos to anybody who has that heart vibration of love and goodness to connect with it. And so thus, I share everything I've learned, because I don't know how to put on a show and just entertain you with some fancy gimmicky words and say, hey, buy this. I don't know how to do that. That's not me. I don't know how to not be me. I suck at not being me. That's what I know is a fact. So I share and talk about what I love to talk about, which is all this divine good stuff and the research I've done on it, and different topics come up at different times, and people to ask different questions, whatever. Kids do tarot readings, oracle readings, all sorts of stuff. Blueberry pie. I heard when I read blueberry pie, I read blueberry peach pie. And I was like, peaches and blueberries together in a pie. Mm. Very welcome, Rang. Now, here's something interesting. Nelson, you might have seen the article that I dropped in, but it was a legit article. It is real. They are doing testing. This is scientifically being researched, but we do and can create our own cannabinoid in our own bodies, and we can produce enough DMT within our own bodies to have a trip. It is very possible, and it has been scientifically proven that whether it be actual legitimate mantras with words that have meanings, or whether it be done with tongues, speaking in tongues, no real language, just uttering sounds, but they're in that feel and they're going through their process, same result. Essentially, they got them to the same state of being, which in their scientific looking at chemically, the body was producing its own cannabinoid and DMT to give them the experience, to give them the high. Scientifically, that's fucking real. Why do you think I read my stuff for 2 hours a day? Because I feel great for the rest of the day. Huh? I got the miracle sauce for my own happiness. Why would I leave it out of my life? Oh, I don't know. If you I have to look it up. The Havana thing. I don't know it off the top of my head. I know I've looked at it. Uh, I can go look at it. I can pull it up. This phone's kind of slow, but I can. Otherwise, I would give an. Otherwise, I might give an answer on that. I feel like I would give an answer on that. I would pull something to mind, but I don't want to just speak out. I definitely could be doing good. I hope you're doing well. On JVal, I I I I can't comment because the book that I read was really long, and I did like a little piece out of it. But that name's not popping in my mind at just off the top. Um, just to give out as well how my mind works. So I've had friends and other individuals who are phenomenal with specific information, and my brain puts the stuff in a good basket or a bad basket. The bad one is like we don't really care or think or remember that stuff. Eventually, it goes out the chute. We forget it altogether. But the good basket, like we know not to repeat it. We know we got the lesson out of that. But the good basket is like I don't know where the hell this piece of gold came from, but I need it right now, so I'm going to use it for this. And it's like, other than that, I have to study. I spent the blessings I read over. I've literally spent 3+ years, at least like 3 years going over, well over 80% over it before I started sharing it online. That's just reading it. Um, and so I really, when I the information I speak on, I've studied so much that I've ingrained it into my long-term memory. I can get us to the ballpark. Generally speaking, you can get us to wherever, whichever seat we need to be sitting in, or whichever dugout we're going towards. Yo, now that's real. The Chariot of Fire, man. That's real right there. What if I hypothetically had to do work for the agency? Do your work. I mean, I learn from everything. See, this is what I bring in. People ask me what religion I am usually, and I'm like, I don't belong to any one religion. I have a motto: learn from all sources, belong to none. So I'll take the job. I'll learn the operations. Have a great fucking day. I'm going to move on with my life. I learned how you fucking overcome everything. And now that I got the first taste sampling, I'm going to take that into my life and conquer my obstacles and create heaven on earth just like I've been told to. That's what people seem not to understand. They get preoccupied with the current situation and they don't actually improve their own circumstance with the resources at their disposal. See, my mom taught me, she said, use your job. Do not let your job use you. If you let, she didn't have to say this, but I'm saying this because there might be some people out there that, if you let your job take advantage of you, if you let your job use you, well, then you're going to have a bad time at that job. That's how that's going to go. That's the only ending for it. It's the only state it's going to get to because they used you till you couldn't take anymore. That company, that job, shit. She never said to take their things. She never said to steal something physical. She said use your job. Don't let them use you. So am I going to them for something that I need, which is money, so I'm doing something for them? No, I'm going to them to learn their strategy at life. Guess what? It's a successful company because somehow they're still standing and there's a lot of people working for them. So they've learned how to overcome obstacles. I want to learn. I don't give a fuck what it's called. I don't care what category it's in. I'm gonna learn, and that's gonna make my life much better. That's so I say on that one. Ooh, a machinist. Truth never sleeps, bro. Like respect to the machinist. Respect. That's a good job. That's a good skill. That's a good skill. Fuck job. That's a skill. That's like I know somebody that could work with the AutoCAD system and stuff like that and programming, create like that's what I'm saying. Okay, look, I'm not kidding on this whole magical side of things and connecting with each other. This is why I say
hold on to your ideas for that's going to be what's going to make you rich in the world. That doesn't work when we're selfish with our ideas. I started sharing all my ideas, just letting them be shared. I give permission to the universe for all my ideas to be shared with everybody that's out there. Because if I do this, then perhaps there's somebody out there that can actually work an AutoCAD system or something like that in that regard. Maybe scientists, telescope, I don't know, microscope, whatever it could be. And because I wasn't selfish with the idea saying, no, nobody can know it but me, I sent it out on broadcast. I spoke the spell. I said the words. I did it. I sent it out. So the person out there with the intelligence and the ability with the equipment can actually create it. Now that it's in the world, guess what? I could go down to the store and buy it for $4.99 or go to Amazon.com and buy it for $6.99. Whatever, plus shipping, whatever. Well, unless you got the other thing. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Now that's stupid cool. I think that's cool. I think that makes me and everybody in the world a freaking billionaire. Because you could create something, have it made, and available to you. How many times did you have an idea and then you look around and somebody freaking made it? Yeah, you had the idea first. It was yours first, and you didn't tell nobody. No one made it, and they're making a bunch of money off it. So it's not about making the money. It's the fact that the product came into the world. The product comes into the world. That's what changes our environment. The product fixed a problem that not just one person had, but many people around the globe had. That's why it actually got created. That's why the miracle, that's why the information was shared, because we are trying to clean up all the rough edges, all the problems in the world. The more smoother we can work with each other and live with each other, the better we can ascend into a better world condition. I mean, don't we all want a better world life? I mean, kind of nice if it was like named heaven. We had to relabel earth. It's still kind of it's heaven and it was earth because earth was like ugh, oh, it's bad. We fought and did all sorts of bad stuff to each other. But heaven, shit, it's pretty damn good. I mean, everybody eats and has a house and taken care of and safe and good. Wonderful. And that's what we have the possibility of truly creating our world to be. That's why we have 99% of individuals, and at this point, legitimately, there's 50%, you could believe me or not, there's 56% of the human population that is connected to the global consciousness by choice. This changes everything. Every single day, the world changes. I don't care what they put on the news. I don't care what they're trying to spin on me. When I walk out into the world and I talk to somebody, I don't care what color their skin is. They're generally pretty freaking nice to me. Even in their bad comments to me, they're pretty freaking nice. So if you walk away saying, was that a compliment or were they sarcastic? I say that's pretty good. I'll take the compliment. Fuck it. I don't care about figuring it out. That's the reality. Is people generally, we want to help each other. We want to do good. Everything else, waste of everything. Complete wrong direction. Rang. I've been doing GoFundMe for I was been moving from place to place to place. I have not paid rent since 2012, and at the beginning of this year, December, beginning of this year, technically it would have been December of last year of 2025, and one of my videos went viral, and where I was staying, they were like, "You gotta go." And I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. It was around the same time, but not exactly at the same time. And so
I was like, okay, so actually it was at the same time because that video got a million. Oh, whoa, thank you for that on TikTok. I saw that. Thank you. Thank you for that on TikTok. And so I somebody I made a video or talked to somebody about my situation, and I had a buddy come over and he was like, yo, if you can get $500, there's a room open where I'm at. And I was like, okay. So another dude online sets up a GoFundMe for me because he told me to do it, but I was like, I tried to do it before, but I never can do it. I don't know what the heck I'm doing with it. So he made it, and he's like, make a video, and da da da. So the next day I went live. I had a video that literally was just got like a million views or something like that, or multi-thousand views or whatever the case. And then I went live for like 12 hours and I raised like $237. And then I didn't think I was going to get money from this one place that I had to work for. And they happened to call me within a 48 time period of this happening. And they said, hey, you need to go back over to place and pick up your money. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I went and picked up the money. So literally within 48 hours, I had $500. And ever since then, this has all been by donations, and my GoFundMe is there. That's pretty much been my financial donations. It's connected. If you click my picture and go to my GoFundMe page, that's what I've been living on this year, food wise, rent wise, everything wise, pretty much. Um, and I think maybe I had a couple of months or so. Someone else was helping me for a bit there, and but yeah, so totally donations. I stopped working back in 2012 under those straits. That doesn't mean I have not done work. I have worked my off at different places and Renaissance fairs and all sorts of things, and it's but at this point, this spiritual path, this shamanic path, this is my life. This is what I am completely about, all about, and yeah, yeah. At this point, it's complete blessings of where I am, of what I have, and everything. Literally. And dragon fruit, man, I haven't seen a dragon fruit in a while. Okay, so because it was the second comment, then I gotta clear it up. Okay, if I'll leave one comment, I don't mind whatever, but on the basis of a second person, technically, our place does have a basement, but I'm on the second story. Outside my windows is just tall trees, so I'm up here. But the comment that you would lose your keys now, order and chaos can live harmoniously together if they know where they live. Everything has its spot. There can be a million things in my room, but I know if I want that one thing, I know exactly where it is. It's over in that spot, in that cup, because no matter where I go, I always put that item in that cup. That thing is always in that drawer. Well, I use that all the time, so it's in front of me. And what I don't use on a regular basis, it's getting stowed away. I don't have room or time to be fiddling with things that I'm not touching. And the things that are out, well, the spirits are using it or I'm using it. That's as this far down the road, that's a fact on that much. So generally speaking, I don't lose things too easily. Um, I have throughout my life, and this is something, take it or leave it, however you want to perhaps apply it or not. But this is where I see things, is that the the order and the chaos, the stability of something for a long amount of time, and then to have those things change. See, I like, I don't, I've done this as an exercise with myself only, and I lose my things on purpose. I put them in the wrong spot, specifically spoken, on purpose, because that's its spot usually. So I'm gonna put it somewhere different. And when I put it somewhere different, then when I go to look for it in its normal spot, I have to go on a search. I have to use my brain and my memory to put all that stuff together to trace back my steps to yesterday or wherever I was when I was and put it where it was. That's memory exercise. It is important to continually press and test your own memory to ensure that you have a strong mind. At least for myself, at least for myself, that's how I was speaking like towards others, but I was really speaking to my, I see picture of myself. I was speaking to myself here. It was like, but sharing it like in that way though. But really, that's how I've approached life for a good long while now. And so yeah, sometimes I find something, but I've been pretty spry on being able to track back my mind and know where I put something. Like I said, donations. Um, the whole the whole uh, they're slowly releasing information. It's a show, you know. Here's our technology. Here's the world that we've had underground. We're releasing it up top, little by little. It's been happening since the 50s. Nothing new. Cool, Jim. Hope you have a short, easy day there. Well, Ron, great questions, great points. Appreciate the input. Yes, yes, that's that's the kind of stuff that really keeps me motivated, man. I mean, like I'm pretty good at motivation. Uh, Divine's pretty great inspiration. I mean, easy sleep, peaceful day, going over the mantras and everything, the jazz and feeling, and but thank you. That's definitely I appreciate all that you've shared.
was just determining on
thank you. You see, how's is my beak as big as my paws? Is it? Because just trying to live up to them. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for noticing. It is interesting the type of traits that we wind up having in life, in our physical presence, that truly allow us to make connections with that which we are. This is an important lesson in life. People are going to come up to you with insults. And a lot of times, even the divine, I'm not talking about divine father. I'm talking about the divine mother. She can legitimately override their system so that they say something specifically that is a truth. Now, they said it with an intent of bad, hate, ugliness, and all the sort. But if I remove the emotion and simply hear what was said and process that information and that as a divine message, it might have some fruit of gold that there's no other way I could have been reminded of that. And that reminder is just what I needed at that moment. Use their ammo that is sent your way as fuel for your own furnace to create whatever you want to. Thank you for the material. I needed more. Thank you for the energy. I wanted more. I wasn't going to go try to take it from nobody, but shit, you wanted to give it to me. Yeah, I'll take it. No, I ain't returning nothing to Cinder. Thank you. I'll take that. I'm going to turn that transmutation into love because I'm nothing but love. So it's going to go through my own fire of cleansing in my root chakra. It's going to come up to my gut. It's going to get that treatment of love and peace. That energy is going to be resonating just like I do. And now I got a whole bunch of extra energy to create a miracle of goodness for someone in the world. I'm just going to wait around and see who needs it most. No college. I never went to college. I was never interested in it. I've had some pretty interesting individuals that I've got to meet in life. Oh, no, not vegan. No, no. Now, I am aware of a particular, I wouldn't call it a diet exactly, but there is a way to provide enough protein and elements to the body through various shakes, healthy organic things, different mushroom powders, lion's mane. There's a whole cocktail of good, healthy things available. And I did go on that route, which excluded meat. And the amount of energy that I had on top of my natural state of being, holy shit. And it was clean energy.
It was cleaner than a whistle. Holy crikey. Oh man. If I could eat to that standard again, I would. But that cost a pretty penny. I had come into some money back in those days, and so I was able to eat like really good. And but I ain't been able to do that in a while. So doing that though, um, I'm still gonna want to have, on a cheat day, I'm gonna have some bacon or something. Like uh, vegan. No, no, nah. I remember my own blood too much from past lives to know what is real enough to know that everybody could think however they want to think. That's fine. I'm going to live how I know that my soul is choosing to live. Shit. Ron's doing a full buy up on me. I do got a book out there if you want to read it. You can shoot me an email. I'll send you a free copy of my book. It's called Cetra. It's actually published. Legit. It's got a language within that I wind up introducing. It's a love language, but it's not just like hello or goodbye or things like that. It's a lot deeper than that. And if you do want a free copy, I'll put my email in there. Boom. I'll send you a free PDF copy. Or as mentioned, it's available on Amazon.com. But my grandfather, he, I'll answer you. Well, 2012. Yeah, that's when my whole life changed. 2012, if then, something like that. And I used to be sick a lot growing up. I was born at 10 pounds. I lost 7 pounds while I was still in the hospital. The doctors ran all sorts of tests. They couldn't figure out what happened with me. They literally put me in the bubble, um, and that wasn't helping. And they literally put me in my mom's arms and they said, let them die at home. There's nothing we can do. My mom had read an article in a magazine in which there was 10 babies and they all had the same problem, the illness or whatever was going on with them. And the baby on the end would keep getting better sooner. And the babies all the way up and down, they were they were essentially they wouldn't get in. They'd all go at the same pace, but the one on the end, that one keep getting better. They tried to figure it out. They changed up the position. They changed things. They did all sorts of things. They couldn't figure out why that one on the end kept getting better. And so then what wound up happening was they put a camera in the room, and the camera showed the baby at the end. At night, a cleaning lady came in, and there was a rocking chair right there, and she picks up the baby and she literally wakes up the baby and rocks the baby for so long. And so the article concluded because of being held, because of touch, because of this, then, and so literally my mom spent 2 months holding me, and saved my life. And she put everything to the side, which wound up causing my dad to hate me for the rest of my life, and my brother. Maybe it was that, maybe it was something else. I don't know, but he was violent with me from a young kid up, but he tried to be, and somehow I'd be able to fight him off even as a young child and not even have memory of it. Dude couldn't land anything on me. I don't know. My mom took a thing or two from me, and by the time I was 5 years old, bumped him up out of our life. That's for sure. And I was in the hospital often. I was going to the hospital a lot. I was sick for everything. My immune system crashed. My white blood count went down into hundreds.
If you know about the white blood count and all that stuff, it should not be in the hundreds. That's bad. And that happened, and all sorts of things. And I turned 15, started smoking weed. Haven't had a hospital visit need since, except for dental. Well, about it. And on that note, on a massive personal level, my grandfather, I don't remember which war he was in. If I said it, I'd probably be wrong. But he was in one of the big wars or whatever, and not whatever, but he was in one of the big wars. I don't know which one. Um, I- but he saw something. He knew something from being in that war, because when he came back, he never ever walked into any hospital by choice. He said that's where you go to die. Gotcha. I don't want to go. If I need my body to get better, I'm sure I got something here, there, where I'll figure out something. If there was one thing that happened, it was on my spiritual journey. Oh, I guess I got to take that back. Boom, memory comes back. Okay, technically. Uh, so 2017-ish. Yeah, that was hilarious though. That was hilarious. I had asked for something from the universe, and I was given two omens. I have bad vision, so I usually wear glasses. I could see up close good enough, but at a distance, like it starts getting blurry on me. I saw this license plate at a distance, and it said DUI, and I pointed out to the one I was with. I said, "Does that spells out DUI, don't it?" And they said, "Yes, it does. Interesting, you can read that without your glasses." Yeah, it is. So that was one omen. The other omen said you're going to go through something that you do not enjoy, but you'll make it through all right. So we were getting a ride from one location to another where we're going to be staying next, and the person picked us up. We got on, and they got a DUI accident. It was their fault, and because of the state, we got insurance stuff, which fueled getting a vehicle and paying to travel for like 6 months around the U.S. That was fun. Money doesn't work like that. Well, look, may you have success in your desires, wrong. Okay? He said, look, he said, I'm gonna wish the universe for 10K mil. That's what I read there. Or for 10K, we'll report back on that ASAP. All right? So this is what I'm gonna do. That's all I'm gonna do. Wrong. I'm gonna send out some blessings your way on that. May it happen for you.
kebra rararum kansu arsimito hishabu banana shamtharina arsimito hishabu banana shamtharina arsimito hishabu banana shamtharina abrata. And you know, if something positive happens for you, I gotta go fund me. You know, show me a little something. No, whatever. It's cool. I hope you get something. But in all reality, well, that is one reality. That is one reality. In another reality, and in the future, be very aware that it's not the money that you need. What do you want? And this is where living one vibrational energy will draw you to knowing what you truly want. And what you truly want is the envisionment to create within the mind. If you focus on the end product, the spirit, the heart sets an anchor into the future legitimately. And as long as the self keeps focus on that vision, then every action in life, no matter how it changes up or down, left or right or anything, you're going to keep moving to right what you desire. And not money, nor people, nor anything else in the whole wide world is going to stop you from achieving your dreams. That's a fact. That much is a fact. Ooh, gosh. Oh, sweet, Ron. Sweet. Yeah. Shoot me an email, bro. I'll shoot you a copy. You're a writer as well. Love it. Love it. When I was a little kid, I remember the first time they ever asked me to write something. And the teacher was like first grade or something, and the teacher was like, write a story. And I remember I just started writing. I just got the first idea and I just started going. It was my story with my monkey, my pet monkey. We were going through the forest and I had several like pages and I drew pictures and everything. And I got done and like I remember the teacher was talking to people and nobody could write anything because they couldn't find a single word to start writing. And to me, the word jumps into my head and I start writing. So that's cool. But no, my health is actually it's been really great on the spiritual path, especially on the spiritual path. I learned a lot about health and how to take care of the body, and that changed a lot. My eating habits have not been on the healthy side of things lately, um, but yeah, they've been healthier than normal. So that's always a some. But you know, finances changes the ability, and I just keep going with what I can and what I got. I can't strive for what I can't reach. I know that much because all of that's what causes problems. Well, I have went about 35 minutes over technically. Um, um, what I eat daily.
I got a pizza sitting to my left. For the past 2 days, I've eaten cookies because I haven't even wanted to go outside of my room for anything to talk to anybody after um, an incident that happened with my food being stolen. And I was the wrong. I'm the person in the wrong here. So there's no interaction I want to have with anybody for anything. That's straight up. So I'm just staying in my room as much as possible. Other than that, I'm out of food currently. I was having 2 eggs and a potato a day. I'm boil a potato and hard boil a couple eggs. Boom, boom. Got some salt. Good enough. Got some cookies. My diet sucks. I've been rationing food for well over, I don't know, 7 months. Um, so I've been on survival as far as food rationing eating goes for an extended period of time, which I don't care to complain, but yeah, that's that. So if I could eat healthy, oh, there's a whole list of shit I'd give you. Other than that, generally, I've been drinking coffee every day. Switched to water, and now I got some tea. I'll tell you what, I don't care who it is or what it is or how you want to label it. I learned how to bypass all of that stuff and just go right up to mom and dad. This world sucks and it needs to change. And humans suck at doing good things. And sometimes it needs something in the world to say, hey, can you change something? There's a fucking problem. And people go, whoa, I never looked at it like that. And something gets changed. I've done this on a household level. I've done this on a neighborhood level. I've done this on a corporate company level. I've done this on a citywide level, and now I'm doing it on an international level, all in literally the same vein of being practically damn near homeless. For the past 7 months, I haven't been. Before that, you know, I, I haven't paying rent. It's not a normal thing for me. 2012, I ain't paid rent all the way up until the beginning of this year, December. I had $500 from donations, and then that kept coming, and somebody else helped and helped and helped, and people have helped, and so as long as but found out, boom, boom, I gotta move my space somewhere else. This home, no go, no go, no more. Not for me. Not for me. No complaint to nobody. Everybody live their own life. Good, happy, good. Yeah, solid. Okay. No complaint. Wonderful. I don't care. Whatever you took from me, great. Live your life. Have it. I don't want any part of it. That's all I fucking know. But Huron, you can read my book for the rest of your questions and formulate some questions tomorrow. You obviously missed some words I've spoken, um, but this is 121, I think. 121 days. I believe 70 of those days, 70 plus 30 days were in its own kind of spot. I did 1 month as a test, found out some things, reworked some energy, spent a month, and then I came back after a month's break from that, and I've been doing that every single day. So There's a ton of information in every single video. It's in the Invisible College playlist. And thank you for your great questions. Normally, I was gonna end on the hour mark prior, not to 10 because we're getting on earlier and earlier. So thank you for being present. Thank you for your love. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for engaging. Thank you for being part of the fam. Thank you for your kindness. And if I can help in any way, I appreciate to do so. Till tomorrow, we'll be live again at 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which would be -3 GMT, if I'm not mistaken, and if you're in another part of the world. And other than that, Donna De Gawai, much love and many blessings until we see you next time.